Chapter 12-19. Next, the Northern Heavens Academy would develop greatly. In the future, even if the moon-worship demonic sect grew again, they would not be a threat. Nalen Hao looked at the corpses on the ground that were burned by the righteous Yang scripture and breathed a sigh of relief. He never thought that it would be so easy to destroy the moon-worship demonic sect this time. One must know that they were still in danger a minute ago. This time, fortunately, the assassins from the underworld did not join in. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would live and who would die in this battle. Congratulations, Dean Nalen, for destroying the moon-worship demonic sect. The scarred man also cupped his fist and smiled. Nalen Hao coldly snorted. Although the underworld did not join in this time, the underworld assisted the moon-worship demonic sect last time and killed many scholars in the Northern Heavens Academy. They even kidnapped his son, Nalen Jia. This hatred was not over yet. Dean Nalen, now, shouldn't we talk about our matter? The scarred man said to Nalen Hao. Hearing this, Nalen Hao turned to look at Nalen Bing. Bing? Did you really see that senior? Nalen Bing nodded. That's true, but the underworld captured Ajia. If they really wanted to take him as a disciple, why would they entrust him to the underworld? Nalen Hao did not understand the situation. That day, because of the underworld, the Northern Heavens Academy suffered heavy losses and 3 Fulfillment Realm scholars died. However, without the underworld, the moon-worship demonic sect might not be destroyed. At that time, the moon-worship demonic sect would hide in the dark and start to nibble away at the Northern Heavens Academy. Don't worry. Scarface, swear on my life that Nalen Jie is still alive and well. After a while, that senior will come to Tianyuan City after finishing his business. If you don't believe me, you can come to Tianyuan City's underworld. Scarface said sternly. Hearing this, Nalen Hao turned to look at the surrounding people to see if there were any other opinions. If what Dao Ba said was false, he could have taken advantage of the situation to rob us. In that case, we would have suffered heavy losses. It wouldn't have been so easy to annihilate the moon-worship demonic cult. We might even have died here. Tang Hongchang whispered. Indeed, if the underworld had taken action, this battle would not have ended so quickly and the Northern Heavens Academy would have been in danger. Bing? You decide for yourself, Nalen Hao said to Nalen Bing. Father, I will follow them and take a look. Nalen Bing replied. All right, this is your decision. Nalen Hao nodded and said to the scarred assassin, if what you said is false, I, Nalen Hao, will destroy the underworld even if I have to die. The underworld he was talking about was only the underworld branch in Tianyuan City. This scarred assassin was the sect master of this underworld branch. The true hell was so powerful that it even had rebirth realm assassins. In the eyes of the true underworld, the Northern Heavens Academy was nothing more than an ant. Don't worry. It's your honor that this big shot has taken a fancy to your children. The scarred assassin laughed. In fact, even he didn't know who wanted to capture Nalen Bing and Nalen Jia. When that big shot heard these 2 names, he immediately gave the order to release the other siblings and only wanted Nalen Bing and Nalen Jia. After that, Nalen Bing left the Northern Heavens Academy's group and shot towards the underworld's assassins. Seeing Nalen Bing coming over, the scarred assassin smiled and said, "Little girl, let's go." After saying that, he led the assassins and disappeared into the darkness. Nalen Hao and the others looked at Nalen Bing's back as she left. After a while, Nalen Hao said, "Clean up the battlefield and count the people." Now that the moon-worship demonic sect was destroyed, they probably wouldn't rise again in a short period of time. They could finally relax. In this battle, although the Northern Heavens Academy crushed the moon-worship demonic sect, many scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy died in this battle. There were a total of 50 of them. Because this battle was very important, no one would collect the corpses in the middle. Even the actions of collecting the universe rings were very rare. Soon, the dead people were all collected by Nalen Hao into the universe ring. When they returned to the Northern Heavens Academy, they would be buried one by one. As for the corpses of the moon-worship demonic sect, they would just throw them in the wilderness. After all, this was an unmarked graveyard. However, Nalen Hao and the others missed out on one thing. Yi Xian, who had obtained Elder Lu's bloodletter, was nowhere to be seen. The moon-worship demonic sect leader's universe ring contained the strongholds of the moon-worship demonic sect. Therefore, Nalen Hao immediately ordered people to clean up these strongholds. Although they couldn't completely eliminate them, they could still deal a heavy blow to the moon-worship demonic sect. The more thoroughly they cleaned up, the more time it would take for the moon-worship demonic sect to rise again. After a while, hundreds of disciples and scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy took the stronghold maps and left. Where's that kid? Only at this time did Elder Lu realize that Yi Xian, who had broken the 7 profound demonic sword formation and saved his life, was nowhere to be seen. Elder Lu, who are you talking about? One of the scholars asked. Yi Xian, who broke the 7 profound demonic sword formation that day. Why is he missing? Elder Lu frowned. After his reminder, the surrounding people also reacted. Right? Yi Xian hadn't been here since a while ago. Could it be that he was killed in the chaotic battle? Nalen Hao said with a frown. Yi Xian was a very good seed. His Silent Night Thoughts was ranked 5th on the famous works list. In the future, his achievements might even surpass them. However, there was no sign of Yi Xian in the surroundings, nor was there a corpse. Where did he go? Immediately, Nalen Hao checked his universe ring and found that Yi Xian's corpse wasn't inside. Elder Lu, I saw that kid easily kill the moon-worship demonic sect's 9th-level Nether Passage Realm survivor. He's very strong and shouldn't have died in that chaotic battle. I guess that we didn't notice him, so he took the map and left. One of the scholars replied. Hearing this, Elder Lu nodded slightly. However, a 7th-level Nether Passage Realm expert could kill a 9th-level Nether Passage Realm expert. Such a genius should be nurtured with great effort. This matter would have to wait until Yi Xian returned to the Northern Heavens Academy. However, how could they know that Yi Xian didn't leave with the moon-worship demonic sect's stronghold map? Before this, he had already concealed his aura and disguised himself as a normal person to blend into the group of assassins. At this time, he was following the group of assassins towards distant Sky City. This group of assassins had more than 100 people, and they were all at least 8th-level Nether Passage Realm experts. Among them, there were nearly 10 Fulfillment Realm experts. Chapter 12:20. Nalen Bing, who had willingly left, followed behind the scarred assassin. At this time, the scarred assassin suddenly asked, Nalen Bing, I wonder if I can ask who that big shot is? It's best if you don't ask. Nalen Bing replied in a cold tone. Just now, the scarred assassin had given Nalen Bing a secret signal from his lips. With this signal, Nalen Bing knew who was looking for her and Nalen Jia. The person who was looking for them was not an enemy, but an ally. That was why she left with him. After hearing Nalen Bing's answer, the knife-scarred assassin was very unhappy. He thought that if it wasn't for some big shot taking a fancy to Nalen Bing, he would have raped Nalen Bing and then killed her. However, as long as he completed this mission, the rewards he would receive would be the most he had ever seen as an assassin. Therefore, Nalen Bing was equivalent to his moneybags. As long as he completed this mission, he would be satisfied in the future. However, he did not know that an uninvited guest had sneaked into his team. At this time, at the back of the team, there was an assassin dressed in black with only 2 eyes exposed. His face under the mask revealed a sly sneer. This assassin was Yi Xian, who had used the assassination state to sneak into the team. Mo Shui would rather die in my hands than be killed by Nalen Bing. This shows how much hatred he has. Since I promised Mo Shui, I will fulfill this promise. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he hurried. Although Nalen Bing was his senior sister and the daughter of the Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Nalen Hao, Nalen Bing had set a trap for him. Moreover, after Nalen Bing had awakened, she still did so. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to kill Nalen Bing. This time, he had hidden in the team for no other reason than to kill Nalen Bing. Of course, Nalen Bing was being escorted by the scarred assassin, a 2nd-stage Fulfillment Realm expert. In addition, there were nearly 10 1st-stage Fulfillment Realm assassins. Therefore, if Yi Xian was exposed, he would definitely be besieged. However, Yi Xian had been suppressing a battle intent that had not completely erupted in his heart. Just now, when the Northern Heavens Academy fought against the moon-worship demonic sect, the number of people on both sides was about the same. Therefore, the battle ended very quickly, and he didn't gain much from it. Now, this assassin troop had more than 100 people, and no one could compete with him. If he could kill all of these enemies, he could at least break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. At that time, killing Nalan Bing would be extremely easy. Slaughtering Feast, Blade Storm. If these two skills are used together, I wonder how strong they would be. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Feast of Slaughter was his initial skill after fusing with the Slaughter God bloodline. After activating it, he would become braver the more he killed for a certain period of time. The more people he killed, the more his strength would increase. Blade Storm was a new skill after the fusion of Scarlet Storm and 10,000 Swords in origin. Its power was needless to say. This time, Yi Xian had to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and kill Nalan Bing. Come on! Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he devoured the 10,000 words blood oath and the weapons that had killed many people. In an instant, his killing intent skyrocketed. However, what surprised him was that he had overestimated the value of the 10,000 words blood oath. The killing intent that the 10,000 words blood oath gave him was not enough to activate Blade Storm. What the F***ck? Yi Xian's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Everything was ready, except for the crucial element. But now, something had gone wrong with Blade Storm. What should he do? Damn it, I'll do it all the same. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He gathered his true qi and all creation's strength, then slashed with his sword. Slaughtering Feast. Killing Intent Explosion. Flame Dragon's Peerless Slash. A powerful flame dragon roared out, instantly engulfing several assassins in black in front of Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, these assassins were incinerated by the flame dragon. This attack caused the death of 8 people, 2 of whom were at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. An ordinary peerless flame dragon slash would not have been able to create such an effect. However, Yi Xian had fused Killing Intent Explosion with it this time, so its power was multiplied. The killing intent from Killing Intent Explosion would increase as Yi Xian's cultivation level increased. To put it simply, there was a limit to the amount of killing intent that could be unleashed every time. This time, Yi Xian had unleashed his killing intent to the extreme. Hearing the commotion behind them, the scarred assassin and the others could not help but stop. They turned around and saw that someone was making a move. What's going on? The scarred assassin and the others did not understand the situation. They were all on the same side. As long as they returned to Tianyuan City and waited for the big shots to arrive, they would be rewarded handsomely. But now, why would someone suddenly make a move? However, the scarred assassin and the others did not directly attack and take down the rebel Yi Xian. After all, the dead would not receive any rewards. The more people that died, the more rewards the others would receive. However, when Nalan Bing saw this scene, her eyes widened involuntarily because she saw a familiar ability. The Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash, is it him? Nalan Bing immediately reacted. Although she could not see the person who used the Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash, she was certain that this person was the assassin who chased after her that day, the one who killed Mo Shui. She did not expect that this assassin had been hiding in the team all this time. More importantly, even she did not notice him. Now, I will take revenge for that day. Nalan Bing snorted and suddenly took out her long sword, ready to charge forward and cut Yi Xian into pieces. At this moment, Yi Xian had already used the Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash several times, killing more than 30 assassins. The Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash that was infused with killing intent was extremely powerful. Every time he killed an enemy, his killing intent would skyrocket. It was very profitable. Not enough, not enough. Yi Xian thought to himself as he killed. Although he received a lot of killing intent, he was still unable to use the Blade Storm. However, it might be enough to collect all of these people's interspatial rings. These assassins had killed countless people, and their weapons were full of killing intent. If they were devoured, he could still obtain a considerable amount of killing intent. Moreover, There were many good things in these people's interspatial rings that could help him break through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Nalan Bing found me? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he felt a familiar aura rushing toward him. However, he was not afraid. Luo Luo, come! Yi Xian shouted in his heart. In the next moment, a beautiful figure appeared beside him. Luo Luo, who had been concentrating on cultivating in the planting space, had also broken through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Young master, watch me. After Luo Luo appeared, a pink eyeball immediately formed. Chapter 12:21. Back at Black Chaos Corner, Luo Luo was only at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm, but her eye of enchantment had charmed dozens of people and caused the Phantom Gang to kill each other. This time, she played a very important role as well. The eyes of the group of assassins were all focused on the big pink eyeball. This was exactly what they wanted. Enchantment. Luo Luo controlled the eye of enchantment and focused it on 10 people. These 10 were all 9th level Nether Passage realm experts. Not only that, but Yi Xian also used his new skill. Scorching Hell. Scorching Hell was the result of the fusion of the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye. It was both an illusion and a mental attack. In fact, its effect was stronger than both. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people fell into the illusion. Ah, Flame Demon! Flame Demon! Many people cried out in alarm and then directly attacked the people around them. In the blink of an eye, this group of assassins was half taken out by Yi Xian and Luo Luo. These two guys are pretty good. Nalan Bing thought to herself. Yi Xian, she wanted to kill him. As for Luo Luo, she wanted to capture her. Yi Xian's gaze swept over and landed on Nalan Bing's body. Immediately after, he had Luo Luo control the 10 9th level Nether Passage realm experts and attack her. Understood, young master. Luo Luo immediately did as she was told. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 10 9th level Nether Passage realm experts attacked Nalan Bing directly. The face of the knife-scarred man behind them darkened and he yelled, "Not good, help." Nalan Bing was his mission target. He had to escort her safely to distant Sky City and wait for the experts to arrive. If something happened to Nalan Bing, he would have to find a place to hide. Because he didn't do his job well, only death awaited him. In the blink of an eye, the knife-scarred man and the other 1st level Fulfillment Realm assassins all rushed out. Although they hoped that fewer assassins would receive the reward, if Nalan Bing died, not only would they not receive the reward, but their lives would also be in danger. Therefore, they had to protect Nalan Bing with all their strength. However, even though they reacted quickly, they were still a beat too slow. The attacks of the 10 9th level Nether Passage realm experts were already in front of Nalan Bing. Petty tricks. Nalan Bing snorted softly, and the real chi and the power of all creations on her body surged, and condensed into a layer of ice armor around her body. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. These attacks, without exception, all landed on the ice armor. Not a single one was able to penetrate the ice armor and injure Nalan Bing. As expected of a reincarnator. Taste this move. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he suddenly struck out with his sword. Another flame dragon that was infused with killing intent rushed out and attacked Nalan Bing. This attack was even more powerful than the previous ones, because Yi Xian had already used a feast of slaughter from the very beginning. His current strength was 30% stronger than before. This was the boost he received after killing so many assassins. After feeling the extraordinariness of this aura, Nalan Bing's expression became even more gloomy. This attack was incomparably powerful, and even she had to use all her strength to block it. But before that, the Scarred Assassin arrived first. The Scarred Assassin was the sect master of Tianyuan City's underworld branch. He was at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm, and he had 2 natal palaces in his body. He casually swung his sword and shattered Yi Xian's peerless flame dragon slash. What a hindrance! Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. Fortunately, his strength was still increasing. That was because the people that Luo Luo killed could also be considered as his. Megatron, Thunder Pearl, you two go as well. Yi Xian swung the Skyquake sword in his hand. Both the Skyquake Sword and the Thunder Pearl had reached the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Although the Thunder Pearl no longer had any skills, it was still very useful. It had no problem killing an ordinary 8th level Nether Passage realm cultivator. On the other side, the 8 first-level Fulfillment Realm assassins were taking care of the traitors. At the same time, they had their eyes set on Luoluo. Whoever captures that little fox alive will be greatly rewarded. At this time, Nalan Bing shouted loudly. What? Hearing this, the 8 Fulfillment Realm assassins trembled. Who was Nalan Bing? She was someone chosen by a big shot. Her words were worth 1,000 gold. The 8 assassins were originally planning to kill Luoluo, but when they heard this, they all surrounded her. You think you can capture me with just your strength? Luoluo had a disdainful expression. Immediately, hundreds of clones appeared. Then, these clones all formed 7 demonic flames. 7-colored demonic flames, 1,000-layer explosion. All Luoluo's attacked together. A powerful aura caused the 8 Fulfillment Realm experts to break out in cold sweat. This attack is no small matter. Defend with all your strength. A Fulfillment Realm assassin yelled. Among the 100 clones, there were more than 70 true energy clones. Only 20 or so were fake. If these 70 true energy clones attacked at full power, even the scarred assassin would have a hard time defending. This was why Yi Xian always gave Luoluo treasures. Although Luoluo wasn't a reincarnator, she had awakened the heavenly loathing fox bloodline and was very powerful. If she grew up, she would be Yi Xian's right-hand woman. These treasures were much better than using them on Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian's leveling up experience was too terrifying. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang out, and the entire battlefield was swept up into a giant wave. The assassins in the range of the explosions were blown to pieces. Not only that, the 8 Fulfillment Realm assassins were actually pushed back by this attack. Fortunately, the 8 of them worked together. Otherwise, they would have been injured. So scary. She has such destructive power at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Who is this little girl? These Fulfillment Realm assassins all thought to themselves. The scarred assassin was the same. He wondered who Luoluo was. This little fox probably awakened some kind of bloodline, and its grade is high. I must get her body. Nalan Bing's eyes revealed an expression she had never seen before. Compared to Yi Xian, she wanted to capture Luoluo more. This way, she could use a secret art to steal Luoluo's body. Nalan Bing looked at Luoluo and reminded, "Be careful. Don't kill by mistake, or I'll kill him." Hearing this, the 8 Fulfillment Realm assassins trembled. It seemed that they would have to be careful. Go! Everyone went forward again. You bastards. You're bullying me with numbers. Taste this. Luoluo snorted softly. The long white tail behind her suddenly split into 5. 6 tails appear. Rainbow demonic fire, 1,000-layer explosion. Luoluo attacked again. This time, the power was much stronger than before. 6 tails. Nalan Bing's expression turned serious. The greed in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 12:22. In Nalan Bing's previous tribe, even foxes who had lived for hundreds of years might not be able to grow 3 tails. Even foxes who had lived for thousands of years might not have 6 tails. Nalan Bing was only at this level when she was at her peak. However, Luoluo was only at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. She only had a lifespan of 100 years. Nalan Bing estimated that Luoluo was no more than 20 years old. To have 6 tails before the age of 20 meant that she was the #1 genius in the history of the fox race. I must have her. I must have her body. Nalan Bing's eyes widened as she stared at Luoluo. Yi Xian's heart trembled when he saw Nalan Bing's expression that seemed to be on the verge of madness. This Nalan Bing has been coveting Luoluo. I can't let her succeed. Yi Xian said in his mind and hastily attacked. However, the scarred assassin easily blocked his attack. Kid, you're not someone I recruited. Or you? The scarred assassin couldn't help but ask. Guess who I am? Yi Xian snorted and continued attacking. Right now, he was stalling for time. The more time passed, the stronger his strength would become. Because there were people constantly dying. If you won't tell me, then I'll do it myself. The scarred assassin's eyes flashed as he prepared to kill Yi Xian. However, Nailin Bing suddenly said, "Scar, you go too. Capture that girl and I'll teach you a fragmentation divine ability." What? As soon as he finished speaking, the scarred assassin was dumbfounded. Fragmentation divine ability? The scarred assassin gulped. He was only at the second level of the fulfillment realm and had barely learned a low-level fulfillment divine ability. However, Nailin Bing said that she would teach him a fragmentation divine ability. If he mastered it, wouldn't he be invincible? Why, you're serious? The scarred assassin couldn't help but ask. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. A fragmentation divine ability. However, even a 9th-level fulfillment realm martial practitioner might not know a fragmentation realm martial practitioner's divine ability. Nailin Bing was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Why would she know one? Could it be? The scarred assassin guessed. Is Nailin Bing a reincarnator? Previously, he had heard that Nailin Bing had broken free from her shackles and then erupted with a powerful strength. Now that he thought about it, Nailin Bing might really be a reincarnator. Reincarnator. He had actually managed to gain the support of a reincarnator. This meant that he would have a meteoric rise in the future. That's right, shatter your divine ability, as long as you can catch that girl. Nailin Bing nodded solemnly. Hearing this, the scarred assassin hesitated. Among the people present, his cultivation was the highest. He was at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. If he attacked, Luo would probably be captured by him in an instant. However, if he were to leave and Nailin Bing was unable to defeat Yi Xian, not only would he not be able to obtain the shattering ability, but his life would also be in danger. Hence, he decided to kill Yi Xian first before capturing Luo. However, just as he was about to make a move, Nailin Bing continued, "Don't be a busybody. Go and capture that girl. I want to personally kill this brat." When these words entered the ears of the scarred assassin, he couldn't help but stop. After a short pause, he rushed towards Luo. "Luo, Dao Bar is heading towards you." Yi Xian hurriedly reminded her. "Don't worry, young master. It's not like you didn't hear them. They want to capture me. Even if I'm captured, can't you immediately rescue me?" Luo's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Indeed, as long as she was within Yi Xian's sensing range, Luo would instantly be sent into the artifact space or the plantation space. Hence, Yi Xian could focus on dealing with Nailin Bing. "Was it you who killed Mo Shui?" After the scarred assassin left, Nailin Bing frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask. "That's right." Yi Xian replied. "Mo Shui's life is mine. How dare you interfere? You're courting death." Nailin Bing didn't say anything else and directly attacked. A cold light shot towards Yi Xian. It was the life-seizing soul slash. "Tisk, if you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability." Yi Xian had a look of disdain on his face as he also slashed with his sword. Although he was a level lower than Nailin Bing with the assassination mode, killing feast, and killing intent explosion, he might not be weaker than Nailin Bing. Previously, he was waiting for the killing intent to increase. As long as the killing intent reached the required amount for Bladestorm, then he would be able to kill everyone. However, he used Luo as bait to lure the enemy away. Hence, he had to kill Nailin Bing within this period of time. Otherwise, once Luo was captured, these people would immediately turn around and attack him. He would be doomed eternally. "Young master, I can only hold on for 2 seconds. Luo reminded. 2 seconds should be enough. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as 2 golden lights shot out. Eye of Glory. A set of golden armor covered Yi Xian's entire body. Although the Overlord's limitless sword had been recalled by the system and Yi Xian had obtained a point of devouring, the Eye of Glory could still be used. In an instant, Yi Xian's true energy turned golden. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. After activating the Eye of Glory, Yi Xian once again slashed out with his sword. The power of this slash was much stronger than before. The reason Yi Xian hadn't taken it out earlier was because he was waiting for an opportunity like this, an opportunity to kill Nailin Bing in one hit. This golden flame dragon roared as it attacked Nalan Bing. Nalan Bing's expression had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian, a mere 7th-level Nether Passage realm martial artist, would be able to unleash such an attack. The Sword God's bloodline, the Eye of Glory, the eruption of killing intent, and the command of death. All of these factors added together allowed this peerless flame dragon slash to have the power to threaten a fulfillment realm expert. If Nalan Bing didn't have the ability, she would definitely die under this attack. Nalan Bing didn't dare to be careless, nor did she dare to use the soul-seeking fatal slash. Instead, she used her ultimate move. 3 days soul-seeking fatal slash. Whoosh! This sword beam pierced through the air and collided with the golden flame dragon. Yi Xian was at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm, while Nalan Bing was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Moreover, she was also a reincarnator. However, Yi Xian's strength was extraordinary after he merged with the god of slaughter's bloodline. In this clash, Yi Xian had the upper hand. 2 seconds is enough for me to use the peerless flame dragon slash 3 more times. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked at the huge explosion in front of him. However, Nalan Bing could probably use the 3 days soul-seeking fatal slash 3 more times. Therefore, if he didn't use some trump cards, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to Nalan Bing. The 9th level Nether Passage realm martial artists under Luolua's control had all been taken care of by the Fulfillment Realm assassins. Therefore, Yi Xian was currently fighting Nalan Bing alone. However, Yi Xian still had one last trump card, one that he had almost never used before. Chapter 12:23. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Come out. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. He waved his hands, and in the next moment, a dense pack of black shadows appeared around him. Before this, he had taken in a lot of exotic beasts and let them reproduce endlessly in the planting space. These exotic beasts had grown to at least the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm after being nourished by the abundant natural energy. Some of them had even reached the 5th level. Although there was a huge gap between their cultivation level and Nalan Bing's, their numbers were enough to make Nalan Bing pale. The blue silk snakes, 100-flower butterflies, and lightning blade mantis were fine, but the poison king wasps and bloodthirsty mosquitoes were very good at reproducing. Before Yi Xian released them, they had already gathered an army of 100,000 inside. Before this, Yi Xian was worried about the number of exotic beasts. Because the planting space was not big enough, he wanted to use some of them. Now they finally came in handy. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of poison king wasps and bloodthirsty mosquitoes appeared, shocking everyone. Besides that, thousands of lightning blade mantis, 100-flower butterflies, and blue silk snakes were mobilized. What is this? Everyone was shocked, including the Fulfillment Realm experts. Nalan Bing was also shocked. With so many exotic beasts surrounding her, even a Fulfillment Realm expert would have to avoid them. Go! At Yi Xian's order, the tens of thousands of exotic beasts swarmed toward Nalan Bing. At the same time, Yi Xian launched another attack. Killing Intent Eruption. Peerless Flame Dragon slash. A flame dragon led the exotic beast army and charged toward Nalan Bing. Not good. The scarred assassin and the others paled. They hurriedly turned around and prepared to protect Nalan Bing. If Nalan Bing died, not only would they lose their reward, they would also have to flee this place. Anyone could die, but not Nalan Bing. Yi Xian predicted that Nalan Bing would not be able to stop the exotic beast army. However, Nalan Bing was a reincarnator. She would not die so easily. She immediately channeled a large amount of true energy and manifestation power to form layers of ice armor around herself. In the blink of an eye, an ice crystal cage appeared and protected her. Boom! The flame dragon's peerless slash hit the ice crystal cage, but it only broke through a few layers of ice crystal defense, not even half of it. Immediately after, tens of thousands of exotic beasts surrounded Nalan Bing and began to attack. Yi Xian did not expect Nalan Bing to have such a strong defensive mystique. It seemed like this was going to be troublesome. Gotcha! 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 The bloodthirsty mosquitoes' sharp mouths kept stabbing at the ice crystal cage, But the difference in their realms was too great, so they couldn't break through its defense. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately gave them other orders. Change the target. In an instant, the tens of thousands of exotic beasts pounced toward the other assassins. I've just learned a heart's will divine ability some time ago. It just so happens that I can test its power today. When the scarred assassin saw that Nailin Bing was safe, he immediately snorted coldly. Heart's will divine ability, whirlwind. He suddenly swept the sword in his hand, and an extremely ordinary sword ray swept into the group of exotic beasts. However, this attack was not that simple. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the sword ray entered the group of exotic beasts, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Countless sword rays appeared and swept away all the exotic beasts in the surroundings. In an instant, more than 20,000 bloodthirsty mosquitoes and poison wasp king were torn to shreds. Severed limbs flew through the air. The entire group of exotic beasts was reduced by half. This move was also beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Ding, Heart's will divine ability, whirlwind has been successfully copied. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he listened to the system notification. With his current realm, he could use it. I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Go. Without another word, Yi Xian directly slashed out with his sword. Heart's will divine ability, whirlwind. This sword ray tore through the air, but its target was not Nailin Bing. It was the first-level Fulfillment Realm assassins. What? This attack was beyond everyone's expectations. Wasn't this what the scarred assassin used just now? Not good, run. The Fulfillment Realm experts who were fighting Luo Luo immediately retreated when they saw this attack. This move was a Heart's will divine ability. Even if the person who used it was just a 7th-level Nether Passage Realm brat, it was not to be underestimated. However, there were still 3 Fulfillment Realm experts who were too slow to dodge and were heavily injured by the sword energy that burst out of the sword beam. This whirlwind was a move that gathered a large amount of true energy and then exploded. However, this move could easily injure allies, so Yi Xian quickly summoned Luo Luo back. Then, Luo Luo appeared again. Young master, for you. Luo Luo took out a handful of universe rings and handed them to Yi Xian. Just now, she had used the charmed people to collect universe rings. There were 50 of them in total. All right. Without another word, Yi Xian devoured these universe rings. However, these Netherworld Palace assassins were out on a mission, so there wouldn't be too many things. Yi Xian couldn't break through. Damn it, just a little more. Yi Xian cursed angrily in his heart. The "a little more" he was referring to was his realm and killing intent. These things weren't enough for him to break through to the 8th level of Nether Passage Realm, and they weren't enough for him to use Bladestorm either. This time, he was screwed. While Yi Xian was still in a daze, the scarred assassin had already slashed again. This time, it was the Heart's will divine ability, whirlwind. It tore apart the remaining exotic beasts. Now, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were like turtles in a jar. Young master, what should we do? Luo Luo couldn't help but ask. At this time, Yi Xian was also hesitating. Should he continue fighting or run? In fact, he still had a trump card he hadn't used yet, and that was the Eye of Assassination. However, the Eye of Assassination consumed a lot of killing intent. Once he used it, he probably wouldn't be able to use Bladestorm. A reincarnator really isn't that easy to kill. Yi Xian felt very helpless. Previously, he was at the same level as Emo Shui, but he couldn't do anything to Emo Shui. Now that he was 1 level lower than Nailin Bing, if he broke through, Nailin Bing would definitely die. What he lacked was only luck. I'll let you guys off for now. Let's go. Yi Xian glanced at the experts that were flying towards him and directly broke through the void. What? The scarred assassin and the others were shocked as they watched the void door close. Crack. At this time, the ice crystal cage suddenly shattered, and Nailin Bing walked out of it. She couldn't figure out how Yi Xian left. Find them. We must find them. Nailin Bing immediately ordered. Chapter 12:24. Of course, Nailin Bing's target wasn't Yi Xian, but Luo Luo. However, Yi Xian had already run far away. At this moment, in another part of the unmarked common graves, Young master, what a pity. Luo Luo couldn't help but say. Yeah, just a little bit more. Yi Xian nodded helplessly. There was another reason why he ran away. The duration of the Feast of Slaughter was about to end. The deaths of so many people had increased the Feast of Slaughter's buff by 50%. That was why he could fight with Nailin Bing. If the duration of the Feast of Slaughter was over, his strength would fall. However, he wouldn't be able to fight with Nailin Bing. Thus, he could only give up on this mission. However, there weren't any random missions now and he was about to break through. As long as the death warrant was still in effect, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. This group of people is heading towards Tianyuan City. That means Nailin Bing's brother, Nailin Jie, is probably in Tianyuan City. Yi Xian said in his heart. He guessed that Nailin Jie hadn't awakened yet. The latter should be his senior brother. However, he had already promised Mo Shui. Thus, he had to kill Nailin Jie. If he were to awaken as well and join forces with Nailin Bing, then it would not be so easy to kill Nailin Bing. Thus, he had to rush to Tianyuan City before the scarred assassin and Nailin Bing. Let's go! Immediately, Yi Xian started running and hurrying on his way. The scarred assassin was the leader of Tianyuan City's underworld branch. In other words, there weren't many experts in Tianyuan City's underworld branch. His success rate was high as long as he got there before them. On the other side, Nailin Bing ordered a search of the surroundings. It took a long time. During the search, Yi Xian had already passed them and was heading towards Tianyuan City. The group of assassins couldn't find anything. Thus, they could only stop and escort Nailin Bing to Tianyuan City first. Along the way, Yi Xian constantly paid attention to the blood-red kill word in the sky. With the death warrant, he could clearly feel that Nailin Bing was behind him. From the unmarked common graves to Tianyuan City, it would take at least a day's time to travel at full speed. However, I don't need to rest while traveling. I will definitely be able to arrive before them. Yi Xian said to himself. The group of killers also needed to use their movement divine abilities to travel. Their true qi was not inexhaustible, so they were slower than Yi Xian. Very quickly, a day later, Yi Xian arrived at Tianyuan City. The city master of Heaven Distance City was a fulfillment realm expert. However, with Yi Xian's current strength, he could already contend against an expert of the fulfillment realm. Therefore, he directly entered Tianyuan City and sensed his surroundings. The perceptive eye, spiritual sense, and killer instinct allowed his perception range to be even greater than that of a first-level intent realm expert. Right now, he was looking for experts at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Got it! Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he immediately rushed forward. This 9th level Nether Passage realm expert was eating in a restaurant. Yi Xian was looking for him for no other reason than to ask for the location of the underworld branch in Tianyuan City. Yi Xian directly rushed to the restaurant and used his Heaven's Eye from afar. Scorching hell! This new move was very useful. In the blink of an eye, this 9th level Nether Passage realm old man was trapped in an illusion. Around this illusory realm, there was scorching magma everywhere. The rising flame aura made the old man feel so hot that his chest felt stuffy. What's going on? The old man was a little surprised. He immediately stood up and found himself on top of a large stone pillar. Below his feet was a sea of lava that stretched as far as the eye could see. The strongest illusion art not only blinded the enemy's eyes, but also deceived their spiritual sense and memories, making them feel like they were in reality. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian's eyes flashed again. Ding! Control successful. The system notified. Although this 9th level Nether Passage realm old man had lived for more than half his life, he had only just broken through. He had no resistance to Yi Xian's Heaven's Eye attack. After the old man was controlled, Yi Xian withdrew the illusion. Then, the old man left behind a few inner demon pills and rushed out of the restaurant. Greetings, master. The old man said respectfully as he came to Yi Xian's side. Do you know where the underworld branch of Tianyuan City is located? Yi Xian asked directly without hesitation. I do. The old man nodded. In fact, he was also an assassin in the underworld. He had accepted and issued several missions before, so he knew where the underworld branch was. Very good. Take me there, Yi Xian said with great satisfaction. His purpose in coming to Tianyuan City was to find the underworld branch. If Nailin Jie was there, it would be best if he could control Nailin Jie. This was because Nailin Bing was someone he had to kill. If he killed Nailin Bing, Nailin Jie would definitely seek revenge in the future. Although Nailin Jie hasn't awakened, he is still a reincarnate. He won't be so easy to control. If I fail, then I can only kill him, Yi Xian thought to himself as he followed the old man. He was on the verge of breaking through, but it wasn't something a few 9th-level Nether Passage realm cultivators could make up for. Unless he destroyed the city lord's residence in Tianyuan City. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to kill his way into the underworld and kill Nailin Jie. Then he would break through and wait for Nailin Bing. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After a while, the controlled old man brought Yi Xian to a seemingly ordinary residence. This place was very cheap, and very few people passed by. However, Yi Xian felt an unusual aura. There were more than 10 8th and 9th level Nether Passage realm experts hidden around this residence. It seemed that he had found the right place. Knock knock knock, knock knock. The old man came to the residence and knocked a few times. 3 long knocks and 2 short ones. Then, a middle-aged man came to open the door. "Do you want to eat or stay?" asked the 9th level Nether Passage realm middle-aged man. This was a professional job. In other restaurants, it meant to eat, but in this restaurant, it meant to issue missions. As for staying, it meant accepting missions. Eating. The old man answered directly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of Yi Xian, who was behind the old man, flashed. Scorching hell. Eye of control. Ding. Control failed. The system notified. This middle-aged man had already broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, so his soul was much stronger than the old man Yi Xian was currently controlling. Chapter 12:25. The middle-aged man started to fall into an illusion. Then he was attacked by the Eye of Control and immediately reacted. However, before he could speak, Yi Xian used another round of attacks. Ding. Control successful. The middle-aged man was immediately controlled by Yi Xian. Come, let's go in. Yi Xian ordered the middle-aged man in his mind. Then, the middle-aged man led Yi Xian and the middle-aged man into the room. There was a hidden passage behind the bookshelves in the room. This was the entrance to Tianyuan City's underworld branch. However, they didn't immediately go down. Let me ask you, is there a person called Nailin Jie down there? He came from the Northern Heavens Academy and was kidnapped? Asked Yi Xian. At the same time, he took out Nailin Jie's portrait from his universe ring. There is. A few days ago, the lords brought him here. However, I don't know if he's still down there. The middle-aged man shook his head. The underworld branch had many entrances and exits. This middle-aged man was only guarding one entrance. All right. Yi Xian didn't ask any more questions. He directly passed through the formation and entered the underworld. It was very spacious down there. Even Yi Xian's perception couldn't cover it completely. At this time, there were still a few assassins and staff of the underworld. 22 9th level Nether Passage realm cultivators and 7 1st level Fulfillment realm cultivators. Yi Xian made a rough calculation. There were still some secret rooms in the underworld branch. He didn't know where Nailin Jie was. I didn't expect Tianyuan City's underworld branch to have so many experts. Were they originally here, or were they transferred from other places? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. However, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered. What he lacked now was natural treasures. Therefore, he decided to control all 22 9th level Nether Passage realm experts first. When the time came, these people would be able to defend against a few Fulfillment realm experts if they fought. He immediately began to act. If he delayed any longer, the scarred assassin and Nailin Bing would arrive. With the death warrant, Yi Xian could clearly sense the distance between him and Nailin Bing. He estimated that in half an hour, the scarred killer and Nailin Bing would be able to rush back. Scorching hell. Eye of control. Ding. Control successful. System notifications rang out one after another as Yi Xian's servants increased in number. He first looked for martial artists with weaker auras. Such people were easier to control compared to others. Then, he asked them to go outside and bring all their belongings over. Yi Xian estimated that he would definitely be able to break through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm as long as he gathered all of their belongings. At that time, would he even need to worry about not being able to fight a Fulfillment Realm expert? However, at this moment, an aura suddenly appeared in the Underworld branch, causing Yi Xian's heart to tremble. What? 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Why was there another expert at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm in Sky Faraway City? Yi Xian immediately asked the middle-aged man who had received him. Master, this is the sect master of Seizing Heart City's Underworld branch, Wang Lin. He was invited to protect Xianxia, the middle-aged man replied. What? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He had only asked about Xianxia earlier, but he had been careless and forgot to ask about how many experts there were in the Underworld branch. After the sect master of Seizing Heart City's Underworld branch arrived, he directly walked into the depths of the Underworld branch as if it was his own home. Scarface sent a message saying that a troublesome person might appear in Sky Faraway City. He asked me to protect Xianxia at all costs. Wang Lin was very disdainful of this Seizing Heart City's Underworld branch. How troublesome could a troublesome person be in front of a 2nd-level Fulfillment Realm expert like him? However, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he directly went to a secret room protected by a formation and sat down. At the same time, he also ordered the Fulfillment Realm experts of Seizing Heart City's Underworld branch to be careful. Their every move fell into Yi Xian's ears. Now, Yi Xian was in a difficult situation. It seems that Xianxia is in that secret room. This is going to be troublesome. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that Xianxia had not awakened, it was the best time to kill him. However, Xianxia was surrounded by many experts. It would not be easy to kill Xianxia under the protection of so many experts. It was not that easy for a reincarnator to awaken. Back then, Yi Xian had accidentally awakened Mo Shui. However, when Bing and Xianxia met, Xianxia would probably awaken. When that time came, Yi Xian would lose the best opportunity. Let's do it. Yi Xian sensed Bing's location and immediately made a decision. Bing would be here soon. He had to act immediately. Immediately, he left the Underworld branch and looted all of the controlled experts' belongings. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. After the system notification rang out, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed. If he had been at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm back then, Bing would have been an ice-cold corpse by now. Unfortunately, he had only broken through now. All of you, attack the Underworld branch in 1 minute. Yi Xian gave the order to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yes. The group of people responded in unison. This time, Yi Xian's plan was to create a diversion. He would use these people as bait to attack the underworld and lure away the Fulfillment Realm experts. Then, he would disguise himself as someone from the Underworld branch and launch a sneak attack on Xianxia. With his realm, as long as Wang Lin didn't interfere, attacking the unawakened Xianxia was a 100% success rate. Yi Xian returned to the underworld and waited quietly. 1 minute later. Rumble! Suddenly, a series of rumbles came from above, attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? The members of the Underworld branch in Tianyuan City all raised their heads. Could it be an earthquake? This thought flashed through many people's minds. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. This wasn't an earthquake. Someone was attacking the formation of the Underworld branch. Boss Wang Lin, I'll go take a look. A Fulfillment Realm expert immediately said. He wanted to find out which bastard had the guts to attack one of Hell's branches. Even the Tianyuan City Lord didn't have the right to do so. Very soon, the Fulfillment Realm expert left through the back door. When he arrived outside, he discovered that there were more than 29th level experts attacking one of Hell's branches. How dare you! The Fulfillment Realm expert was enraged and immediately attacked. Chapter 12:26. Most importantly, these people had a captain, and this captain was a young fox girl with a long tail. Luo, empower me with all the power of myriad mammoth. Luo immediately ordered. Yes. In an instant, the 29th level Nether Passage realm experts empowered Luo with all the power of myriad mammoth. Luo's speed instantly skyrocketed. Demon Fox Flash. Luo turned into a bolt of white lightning and flashed past the Fulfillment Realm expert. Rip! A crisp sound rang, and the first-level Fulfillment Realm expert's head was cut off by Luo. Yesterday, Luo had stopped 8 first-level Fulfillment Realm experts by herself. Her strength was not to be underestimated. Today, with so many people helping her, it was within Yi Xian's expectations that she could kill a Fulfillment Realm expert instantly. Of course, the real reason this Fulfillment Realm expert died was because he was careless. He saw that Luo was only at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm, so he did not think much of her. Inside the Nether Palace branch. Seeing that the commotion at the top of Seizing Heart City's Nether Palace branch still hadn't stopped, Wang Lin said to the others, "Go, 2 more go and check." He guessed that the Fulfillment Realm expert must have been held back by Qin Lai. Yes, Lord Wang Lin. 2 Fulfillment Realm experts left the Nether Palace branch again. However, they still did not return. At this time, Yi Xian, who was hiding in a corner, was using the Eye of Revelation to observe Wang Lin. There was a secret room behind Wang Lin. The array formation in this secret room was extremely profound. Yi Xian's Eye of Insight was unable to see through it, but the moment the Berserk Dragon came out, he felt the aura of a 9th-level Nether Passage realm cultivator. Yi Xian estimated that the person inside the secret room was Xianxia. Right now, he was waiting for Wang Lin to personally go out and check. When the time came, he could directly enter the secret room and kill Xianxia inside. The 2 Fulfillment Realm experts who were sent out still had not returned. Right now, there were only 4 Fulfillment Realm experts and Wang Lin, who was at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm, left in distant Sky City's Nether Palace branch. "What should we do, Lord Wang Lin?" asked a Fulfillment Realm expert. "The 4 of you guard this place. I'll go out and take a look myself." Mad Dragon snorted coldly and walked toward the entrance. With his cultivation level, could it be that he couldn't take care of the people outside? Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he saw Berserk Dragon making a move. He immediately slipped into the shadows and headed for the secret room. The 3 Fulfillment Realm experts who went out just now were all killed by Luo. At the same time, before Luo had killed them, Yi Xian had already used up his killing intent and started a killing feast. The lives of 3 Fulfillment Realm experts caused Yi Xian's killing intent to skyrocket. At the same time, the slaughter feast's buff also skyrocketed. Luo was his personal possession. The people that Luo killed were considered to be killed by him. At this moment, the buff from the Feast of Slaughter was even greater than yesterday's battle against Nailin Bing. "The 4 of you, prepare to die." Yi Xian stealthily made his way over. Although he didn't have the attack and speed bonuses of Assassinate, he still had Burst of Killing Intent and Eyes of Glory. Add that to the fact that he was ambushing them, and he could take out at least 2 Fulfillment Realm experts in one go. "Come." When Yi Xian got close, his eyes opened wide and 2 rays of golden light shot out. Eyes of Glory. Burst of Killing Intent. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. A scorching hot aura spread through the branch of hell. This flame dragon had appeared out of nowhere and devoured 2 of the Fulfillment Realm experts in an instant. What? The remaining 2 Fulfillment Realm experts were shocked, but by the time they reacted, the other 2 had already been burned to ashes and died instantly. Instant kill. 2 first-level Fulfillment Realm experts no less. Yi Xian's strength was enough. "You 2 go to hell as well." Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he prepared to use the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash again. But at this time, an aura suddenly appeared in his perception range. 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm. This aura caused Yi Xian's mind to tremble. Before he could turn around, a blade beam came at him. Rip. This wave of saber light directly sliced Yi Xian in half. However, Yi Xian, who had the Eyes of Eternity, wouldn't die just like that. The divine tree of life's bloodline in his body activated the moment he was injured and began to heal him. It's that mad dragon. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Kid, you're the troublesome person in Scar's news, right? You don't look like much. Mad Dragon's voice rang behind Yi Xian. As it turned out, Mad Dragon had already guessed that Yi Xian had infiltrated the branch. Instead of going out to check the situation, he used a concealment method to avoid Yi Xian's perception. After Yi Xian attacked, he also attacked and killed Yi Xian. But how could he have known that Yi Xian wouldn't die even if he was cut in half? Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. After being cut in half, Yi Xian attacked again and attacked with another flame dragon. What? This time, Mad Dragon and the other two first-level Fulfillment Realm experts were shocked. How could a dead person attack? After all, Yi Xian's heart had already been cut in half. This scene was extremely shocking. While Mad Dragon was still shocked, the Flame Dragon had already devoured the other two first-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners. In the blink of an eye, 2 more Fulfillment Realm experts had died. Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. Now that all 4 watchdogs were dead, the only one left was Xianxia. Slap! Yi Xian ignored the universe rings of the 4 corpses and slammed his palm on the ground, charging into the secret room. Xianxia, die! Without another word, Yi Xian stabbed with his sword. The sword beam sank into the chest of the 9th-level Nether Passage Realm expert in the secret room and pierced his heart. However, when Yi Xian focused his gaze, he discovered that the person inside wasn't the jade-faced scholar Xianxia, but someone he didn't recognize. What, a substitute? Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that the person Mad Dragon was protecting personally wasn't Xianxia. Huh, you miscalculated. Mad Dragon's laughter rang out, but it was mixed with a lot of anger. This was because the corpses on the ground were all from Seizing Heart City's underworld branch. In other words, they were Mad Dragon's subordinates. Now that Yi Xian had killed them, how could Mad Dragon not be angry? Not good, let's go. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly broke through the void and returned to the ground. The moment the void door closed, the Berserk Dragon also charged into the secret room, preparing to cut Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. However, when he entered, he discovered that Yi Xian was gone. The only thing left in the secret room was a warm corpse and some blood stains. Yi Xian, where did he go? How is this possible? Chapter 12:27. How is this possible? Mad Dragon couldn't believe it. He was an expert at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm, yet an 8th-level Nether Passage Realm brat had escaped from him right under his nose. How was this possible? At that moment he searched the entire secret room, but didn't find any trace of Yi Xian. Where was he? Where was he? Mad Dragon was stunned. Meanwhile, on the ground. You're out, young master. Luo hurriedly asked when she saw Yi Xian emerge from the void eye. I failed. Xianxia isn't down there. He's probably hidden somewhere else. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. At the same time, the divine tree of life's bloodline healed his wounds to his thighs. He was fully healed in the blink of an eye. Luo's face reddened when she saw Yi Xian's sinister lower body. She hurriedly turned away and said coquettishly, Young master, hurry and put on your clothes. Yi Xian finally reacted. He had been cut in half by Mad Dragon's blade at a 45-degree angle. However, the divine tree of life's bloodline wouldn't heal his clothes, so he was running around naked. He hurriedly put on a long robe and said, You hide first. I'll go in and take the items when Mad Dragon comes out, okay? Luo nodded. Then, Yi Xian hid her in the planting space. At that moment, Yi Xian devoured the universe rings of the 3 Fulfillment Realm experts, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. Mad Dragon was at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage Realm. He was probably even stronger than the Scarred Assassin. If Yi Xian and Luo worked together, they might be able to put up a fight. However, Yi Xian waited outside for a while, but Mad Dragon didn't come out. What's going on? Even if Mad Dragon took the rings, he should come out and take a look. Yi Xian frowned and thought to himself. Then, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Xianxia is still in the branch of the underworld and not elsewhere? Yi Xian suddenly thought. Xianxia might be in the branch of the underworld, but not in the secret room guarded by Mad Dragon. He should be in another secret room. That was why Kuang Long didn't dare to come out. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. At this moment, the people under his control were still attacking the underworld branch of Tianyuan City. He believed that the city guards and the city lord would be alerted soon. All of you, don't attack. Kill your way in. Yi Xian said to the assassins. Yes, master. The 10 Nether Passage experts nodded and entered the room from behind the bookshelves. As for Yi Xian, he went around to the back and entered through the back door. When he re-entered Hell, he sensed that several servants had been killed. A mere Nether Passage realm cultivator dares to challenge me? You're courting death. Mad Dragon's voice reverberated throughout the entire branch of Hell. Yi Xian spread out his senses and discovered that Berserk Dragon was in the midst of a massacre in front of a secret room in the corner. In the blink of an eye, all 10 9th level Nether Passage realm assassins were killed. Brat, I know you're here. Come out. The voice of the Berserk Dragon continued to reverberate. At this moment, Yi Xian and Mad Dragon were the only ones left in Tianyuan City's underworld branch. No, there was one more person, and that was the prisoner in the secret room behind Mad Dragon. However, because the door to the secret room was closed and the outside was protected by a formation, Yi Xian couldn't see if there was anyone inside. Even if there was someone inside, he wouldn't know if it was the Jade-Face scholar, Xianxia. But the most important thing right now was to get rid of Mad Dragon. Otherwise, the scarred assassin and Nailin Bing would catch up to him. Assassination mode. Yi Xian hid in the shadows of the corner and used the assassination mode to conceal his presence. Even if Mad Dragon's consciousness swept over him, he might not discover him. How could the god of slaughter bloodline be discovered so easily? After killing 3 fulfillment realm experts, my slaughter feast's buff has reached 50%. However, the time limit is almost up, so I must kill Mad Dragon before then. Yi Xian thought as he approached Mad Dragon. The lighting system of the underworld branch had been destroyed, so it was very dark right now. Yi Xian's assassination mode wasn't just effective in the dark. Simply put, hiding in the darkness would also increase his combat strength. Unfortunately, the Death Hunt command could only mark one person at a time. Otherwise, Yi Xian could mark Mad Dragon and increase his strength again. Mad Dragon guarded in front of the secret room very cautiously. He felt that Yi Xian wasn't a simple person. Not only did he not die after being cut in half, but he also used a mysterious method to escape right under his nose. And now, his consciousness couldn't find Yi Xian at all. This method was too clever. After seeing how he killed 4 fulfillment realm experts in one hit, Mad Dragon didn't dare to be careless. After all, he was an assassin himself. He knew that if he let his guard down in battle, he could lose his life. Although his consciousness couldn't find Yi Xian, Mad Dragon's intuition told him that Yi Xian was nearby. Plus, he had to guard this secret room, so he couldn't leave. He became Yi Xian's target. If I have the chance in the future, I must create the God of Slaughter set. This way, I can increase the level of all the God of Slaughter bloodline skills. Yi Xian thought as he said to Luo Luo in his mind, Luo Luo, I will delay Mad Dragon later. You enter the secret room and execute Xianxia on the spot. Luo Luo was already on standby. She was waiting for Yi Xian's signal. After receiving Luo Luo's answer, Yi Xian's body shook violently. 2 golden lights burst out of his eyes. Eyes of glory. Killing intent eruption. Flame Dragon's peerless slash. In an instant, the killing intent that Yi Xian deliberately hid was completely revealed. Whoosh whoosh. The dim underworld branch was suddenly illuminated by a fiery light. A dancing flame dragon danced wildly as it charged towards the Berserk Dragon. You're still here. Mad Dragon's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. He waved the saber in his hand and slashed out a fierce and thick saber light. Bang! The 2 true chis collided, stirring up thousands of waves of air that swept through the entire branch of the underworld in an instant. Taking advantage of the opponent's loss of vision, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Scorching Hell. Although there was a gap of 3 realms, this move was a new skill after the fusion. It shouldn't be a problem to cross 3 realms. A spiritual attack? When Mad Dragon noticed the change in his surroundings, he quickly reacted. The scorching hell made him fall into an illusion, but it couldn't block his memory and spiritual sense. Everything he saw was real, but when his spiritual sense swept over, there was nothing. No, there was something. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several flaming flame demons charged at the berserk dragon. Chapter 12:28. Die, all of you! A surge of true qi gushed out of Kuang Long's body and fused with his all-creation's force, instantly shattering the flame demons. However, at this moment, another gust of wind appeared. Rui Thierji whirlwind. A piercing sound rang out. Mad Dragon lowered his body and dodged the attack. However, he didn't know that there was a follow-up to this attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sword gleam suddenly split into countless wind blades, instantly hitting Kuang Long's back. What? Whirlwind? Kuang Long was shocked. He had seen this move before. After all, it was his good friend Scar's ultimate move. Scar had used it when they fought a few days ago. He didn't expect Yi Xian to know it too. This is a Rui Thierji that Scar obtained by chance. Why does this brat know it too? Moreover, this brat's concealment skills are heaven-defying. Could it be? Kuang Long hurriedly circulated his true qi and all creation's force to defend himself. At the same time, his thoughts were running wild. He guessed that Yi Xian was Scar's monstrous disciple. Otherwise, how could Yi Xian, who was only at the 8th tier of ethereal opening, be able to fight him? No matter what, he couldn't lose. While Kuang Long was defending against the wind blades, Yi Xian had already quietly slipped into the darkness and circled behind Scar. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flame dragon slash. Whoosh whoosh. Another killing move was unleashed. In terms of group attack power, the peerless flame dragon slash might not be as good as the whirlwind. However, in terms of individual attack power, the peerless flame dragon slash completely overpowered the whirlwind. Bang. This time, Kuang Long was too slow to defend against the whirlwind and was sent flying by the peerless flame dragon slash. Not good. Kuang Long's expression changed because he was sent flying. This way, Yi Xian was the closest to the secret chamber. Luluo. Seeing Kuang Long being bitten by the flame dragon and sent flying, Yi Xian hurriedly summoned Luoluo. 100-layer demon fox doppelganger. As soon as Luoluo appeared, she immediately created hundreds of doppelgangers. Then, 7 lotuses appeared in the hands of each doppelganger. Rainbow demon fire, 1,000-layer explosion. Countless rainbow demon flames appeared and smashed into Kuang Long Luoluo. If Kuang Long was hit, he would probably be smashed to death. However, the most important thing right now was for Yi Xian to break into the secret room and kill Xianxia. Luo. Luoluo's flame demon dragon Luo's, Luo. Wang Luo. This Luo is 8, st. If forceful attacks don't work, then I'll use this. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he shot out 2 disintegration rays, which hit the protective formation. Yi Xian rarely used the disintegration eye in battle, but it was very useful at times. Back then, he had used the disintegration eye to break the Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse membrane. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by the Vajra Corpse King. Beezy. The 2 disintegration rays hit the protective formation. In the next moment, the protective formation was broken. It expanded from the size of a fingernail to the size of a fist, and then to the size of a wash basin. At the same time, Luoluo punched the door open through the protective formation. Yi Xian's eye of perception spread inside and found that there was indeed a martial artist at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm inside. Moreover, he had encountered this aura before. The Jade-Face Scholar, Xianxia. Yi Xian's plan was to control Xianxia. If he couldn't control him, he would choose to kill him. Yi Xian took advantage of the time before the protective formation was restored to its original state to enter. Not good. Kuang Long's expression changed drastically. He had been stalling for time, but he had failed in the end. Not only that, but he had also been severely injured by 2 juniors. It was a disgrace. Unfortunately, he was one step too slow. Yi Xian entered the secret chamber and stared. He was now certain that the person inside was Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia was lying limp in a corner with his eyes closed. "Open your eyes." Without another word, Yi Xian used the power of all creations in an attempt to lift Xianxia's eyelids. Then he used the Eye of Control. Although Xianxia was also a reincarnated one, he had not awakened and was still unconscious. Moreover, Yi Xian was only one level below him, so he might be able to control him. As long as he could control a reincarnated one, Yi Xian would not lack supernatural powers in the future. He would also have a way to rapidly increase his strength. However, what Yi Xian did not realize was that Xianxia did not have any shackles on his body to seal the flow of true qi. At the same time, the moment the power of all creations approached Xianxia's eyes opened on their own. Two fierce murderous intents burst out from them. What? Yi Xian was shocked and quickly used the scorching hell and the Eye of Control. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. Two system notifications sounded in succession. Yi Xian's control had failed. At the same time, he felt a familiar aura. Xianxia had awakened. Not good. Without another word, Yi Xian held the heaven-trembling sword tightly in his hand and directly launched his strongest attack at Xianxia in the corner. Killing intent explosion. Flaming dragon's unparalleled slash. At the same time, Xianxia also took out his weapon. Soul-chasing sword of 3 days. Whoosh! The two attacks collided, and the entire secret chamber was suddenly filled with a powerful shockwave. Because Yi Xian's attack was too fast, the power of this attack wasn't very strong. However, from the beginning, Xianxia had been gathering true qi. Therefore, he and Yi Xian were evenly matched. Soul-chasing sword of 3 days. This Xianxia has really awakened. How is this possible? Yi Xian could not believe it. He did not expect Xianxia to awaken at such a crucial moment. It was not easy for a reincarnated one to awaken. After death, there was not a 100% chance of awakening. If a special method was used, the success rate could be increased. However, what he did not know was that Mad Dragon had already used that special method to forcibly awaken Xianxia when he first entered the underworld. Fortunately, Xianxia had successfully awakened. So what if you've awakened? I'll still kill you. Yi Xian's face darkened. He once again used the unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Chapter 1229. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's guess was wrong. Before he could draw his sword, Xianxia flashed to his side like a ghost. Then, he turned his body and swept his right leg out. Soul-breaking kick. Gotcha! This kick directly broke through the brilliant golden armor and landed on Yi Xian's stomach. The true energy instantly passed through Yi Xian's flesh and blood, causing the organs in his body to explode. Pooh! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the secret room. At this time, he felt that Xianxia was not easy to deal with. Xianxia was much stronger than Bing and was second only to Mo Shui. This was troublesome. Ding! The host triggered a random mission to kill Xianxia. Completion of the reward to activate the shadow step. The system prompted. This random mission made Yi Xian's eyes light up. The shadow step was an unactivated skill of the slaying god bloodline. It was a powerful escape skill. If it was activated normally, it would cost 1 devour point. However, as long as this random mission was completed, it could be activated directly. Although the reward was not as good as the devour point reward, it was not bad. Luo, trap him. Yi Xian released Luo. Luo did not say anything and threw out the long whip in her hand. The long whip flew towards Xianxia, but Xianxia quickly dodged it. After Xianxia awakened, his battle strength was very strong. If Mo Shui had encountered Xianxia that day, it would not have been Yi Xian's turn. Fox bloodline? Six-tailed? Xianxia's eyes widened when he saw the 6 tails behind Luo. He was also a fox in his previous life, so he naturally knew what 6 tails meant. Such a young 6-tailed demon fox. I must catch her and let my sister possess her. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Yi Xian noticed his eyes and quickly stabilized his body and attacked together with Luo Luo. Killing intent explosion. Flame dragon slash. 7-colored demon fire, 1,000-layer explosion. However, Nailanjia's expression was unpredictable. He easily dodged the 2 attacks and attacked Luo Luo. The target is Luo Luo again. It won't be that easy. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he slashed his sword at Luo Luo. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. This flame dragon directly attacked Luo Luo, while Luo Luo stood in place, accumulating power and waiting to attack. What? Nailanjia was shocked. Luo Luo belonged to Yi Xian, but Yi Xian dared to attack her. But, this girl belongs to my younger sister. Don't even think about harming her. Although he didn't know why Yi Xian did this, Nailanjia couldn't help but take action. 3 days soul-chasing sword. Bang! Another wave of air swept across the area. Amidst the dust, Luo Luo finally made her move. She turned into a beam of white light and quickly attacked Nailanjia. Demon Fox Flash. What? Nailanjia was shocked again. He didn't expect Luo Luo to have so many Supreme Fox skills. It seemed that Luo Luo had either awakened her bloodline or was a reincarnate. No matter what, I will capture you. Nailanjia's expression was dignified. He turned into a phantom again and dodged Luo Luo's attack. Whoosh! Luo Luo passed by him, but at this moment, Nailanjia suddenly pinched his left hand and locked it on Luo Luo's white and tender neck. Ha, little girl, you are still too inexperienced to fight with me. Nailanjia was overjoyed. He planned to restrain Luo Luo first and then kill Yi Xian, this annoying guy. But at this moment, swoosh! Luo Luo, who was in Nailanjia's left hand, suddenly disappeared. Yes, she disappeared right in front of him. What happened? Nailanjia's eyes widened. He didn't understand how Luo Luo escaped from under his nose. Could it be that it was just a genuine energy clone? Just as he was surprised, Luo Luo suddenly appeared behind him and used Demon Fox Flash again. Nailanjia felt something and turned around. Rip! Only to hear a crisp sound, Nailanjia's left hand was thrown up and blood spurted out. Fortunately, Nailanjia dodged the fatal attack at the critical moment. Otherwise, it would be his head that flew up. How dare you cut off my arm, you are courting death. This time, Nailanjia was angry. He directly slashed at Luo Luo in front of him. 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword. Those who were hit by this move, if they didn't die immediately, they would be killed by the remaining sword chi in their body within 3 days. However, as the creator of this magical power, Nailanjia naturally had a way to remove it. However, when the 3 days deadly soul-chasing sword was in front of Luo Luo, she suddenly disappeared again. Where is he? Nailanjia held the long sword in his hand tightly and stared at her. From the beginning, Yi Xian had disappeared. Even his spiritual sense didn't find him. At this time, Yi Xian was hiding in a dark corner, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Suddenly, Luo Luo appeared again, still behind Nailanjia. Whoosh! Nailanjia reacted and dodged the attack. However, he happened to expose his back. This attack will kill you instantly. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. He gathered a large amount of vital energy and slashed at Nailanjia's back. Killing intent explosion. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. This attack had reached the limit of the killing intent explosion fusion. It was Yi Xian's current strongest single attack. However, at this time, a figure suddenly appeared from the side. Kid, don't ignore me. A familiar voice sounded and fell into Yi Xian's ears. It was Quang Long. Although Quang Long was seriously injured by the Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash, he could still fight. The moment Yi Xian attacked, he attacked at the same time. Bang! The blade collided with the Flame Dragon. Although it didn't destroy the Flame Dragon, its power was greatly reduced. The power of the Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash was greatly reduced. When it reached Nailanjia, he easily dodged it. This is troublesome. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. Nailanjia's awakening had already exceeded his expectations. Now that Quang Long was at the second level of the fulfillment realm, he was in danger. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have entered the secret room. He would have killed Wang Lin directly. Unfortunately, he did it in the wrong order. Just now, my killing intent was enough to use Blade Storm, but after using killing intent explosion so many times, it's not enough anymore. Yi Xian quickly thought in his heart. The reason he didn't use Blade Storm directly was because there were many innocent people around. If he used it, hundreds of innocent lives would be lost. That was why he held back. If he wanted to use Blade Storm now, he would have to kill Wang Lin and escape from Sky Faraway City. Go! Yi Xian made a prompt decision. He immediately fled into the darkness and broke through the void. You want to leave? Say. Chapter 12:30. The light shone on Yi Xian, who had entered the void door. Only then did Wang Lin know how Yi Xian had left. While Wang Lin and Xianxia were still in shock, Yi Xian left the underworld branch and returned to the mainland. Seeing this, Xianxia whispered, "Chase, I want to capture that girl alive." Although Luo had been hidden in the planting space by Yi Xian, Xianxia knew that as long as he captured Yi Xian, it was equivalent to capturing Luo. Okay. Wang Lin nodded and immediately rushed out of the underworld branch. It was obvious that Xianxia had successfully awakened. Otherwise, how could he fight Yi Xian? If he helped Xianxia capture Luo, it would be a great achievement. He might even be rewarded with the Shattering God art. Immediately, the two of them arrived on the mainland. It was daytime on the mainland, so Yi Xian had nowhere to hide. However, he didn't think of hiding this time. Instead, he swaggered towards the southeast. Chase. Xianxia didn't say anything and chased after him. Wang Lin followed closely behind. If Yi Xian wanted to run, he would have left Tianyuan City directly. However, he didn't this time. This meant that he still had a chance. The direction he was running in was the direction of Bing and the Scarred Assassin. In front of him was a blood-red kill. It was Bing's death warrant. This Bing suddenly sped up. She should be able to catch up in a few minutes. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Originally, he estimated that Bing would arrive in half an hour. He didn't expect her to suddenly speed up. This was good. He could catch Bing and Xianxia, the Xianming duo demons, in one fell swoop. However, before that, he had to weaken Xianxia and Wang Lin's qi. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. Yi Xian, who was running out of Tianyuan City, suddenly turned around and slashed at Xianxia. Another Flame Dragon appeared and swept over. This move didn't combine with the explosion of killing intent because Yi Xian was only using it to consume energy. Xianxia snorted coldly and blocked it. Deadly Soul Slash. Bang! The two streams of true qi collided and then were annihilated. Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so his recovery speed was terrifying. However, Xianxia and Mad Dragon didn't, so Yi Xian's advantage was gradually increasing. Of course, this was only before Xianxia and Bing met. Xianxia and Bing were siblings, known as the Xianming duo demons in his previous life. With the two of them working together, even Mo Shui would have to flee. If they were allowed to meet up, Yi Xian's chances of winning would be even lower. However, this was also a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop because there were 8 first-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners behind the Scarred Assassin. The success of Yi Xian's plan this time depended on whether or not he could kill these 8 people. Unparalleled Flame Dragon slash. Soul Chasing slash. Along the way, Yi Xian was constantly depleting Xianxia's Jinqi. At the same time, he was also controlling the Jinqi in his body. It couldn't be too low, otherwise he wouldn't be able to recover. The blood-red kill character in front of him was rapidly approaching. Soon, Yi Xian felt a few auras. These auras belonged to the Scarred Assassin, Bing, and the others. Big brother? In the distance, Bing felt a familiar aura and raised her eyebrows. Little sister. Xianxia's body also trembled. Even if they weren't siblings, they had been together for 1,000 years and were naturally very familiar with each other. They remembered each other's gaze. The two instantly understood that the other had awakened. Their gazes met for only an instant before they simultaneously turned their attention to Yi Xian. Immediately, Yi Xian's hatred soared. Success or failure, it all depends on this. Yi Xian held his breath and thought with a serious expression. At this time, the scarred assassin also noticed Yi Xian, who was being chased. At the same time, he was shocked when he saw Mad Dragon, who was heavily injured. Mad Dragon is heavily injured? The scarred assassin found it unbelievable. Mad Dragon's strength was above his, but he was injured by Yi Xian. Was this Yi Xian also a reincarnator? Everyone attack together and capture him. There will be great rewards. At this time, Nailin Bing suddenly shouted. She wanted Luoluo, and Nailin Jia also wanted to capture Luoluo for her to possess. And Lolua's appearance and disappearance were all related to Yi Xian. In an instant, Yi Xian was surrounded from two sides. At this moment, there was a hungry wolf in front and a fierce tiger behind. Yi Xian was in a dilemma. Come on, so let's fight. Yi Xian was already prepared to fight to the death. This time, he had to kill Nailin Bing and Nailin Jia. First, to fulfill his promise to Mo Shui, and second, to complete the random mission. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He directly released a large number of exotic beasts. These exotic beasts directly covered the sky. Passive effect of assassination mode activated. Yi Xian hid in the shadows and attacked Nailin Bing. With so many exotic beasts, not only did they cover Yi Xian's figure, but they also covered Yi Xian's aura, which was difficult to detect. They had to be eliminated. I'll do it. The scarred assassin's anger rose as he ruthlessly slashed at the exotic beasts. Wishful will super ability, whirlwind. But at this time, a figure suddenly jumped out of the exotic beasts. It was Yi Xian. Eye of the Void. A void door suddenly opened in the air, and the scarred assassin's sword energy swept in. The exit of this void door happened to be near Nailin Jia and Mad Dragon behind him. Nailin Jia and Mad Dragon were shocked, and their figures paused. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While they were surprised, wind blades madly swept out. This was a scene that no one had expected. Yi Xian didn't know whether this move was called a straw boat to borrow an arrow or a driving tiger to devour a wolf, but it was very useful. Using the scarred assassin's attack to attack Nailin Jia and Mad Dragon was really perfect. When Nailin Bing and the scarred assassin reacted, they found that Yi Xian's figure had suddenly disappeared. And behind them, a familiar aura appeared. Behind, Nailin Bing's delicate body trembled, and she suddenly turned her head. Eye of Assassination. Killing Intent Explosion. Flame Dragon's Unparalleled Slash. With the Eye of Assassination, Yi Xian directly crossed a large distance and directly appeared behind Nailin Bing. However, Nailin Bing was an assassin who had lived for 1,000 years. The moment she turned around, she used her life-saving ability. In an instant, a hard layer of ice condensed around her body. Nailin Bing was previously under the Death Hunt order, so Yi Xian's attack on her was enhanced. Bang! Before the ice layer was completely condensed, the flame dragon had already crashed into it. In an instant, the scorching temperature melted the ice layer and directly broke it, biting Nailin Bing's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Nailin Bing was swallowed by the flame dragon. Sister? Chapter 1231. Nailin Bing was hit by Mo Shui's peerless flame dragon slash at such a close distance. Even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Yi Xian expected Nailin Bing to die under this attack. However, Nailin Bing was a reincarnator, and he couldn't let his guard down when fighting her. However, it didn't matter whether Nailin Bing died or not. The flame dragon was biting her and flying away. Yi Xian's real target wasn't her, but the scarred killer and the other 8 fulfillment realm experts. Slaughter feast. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. At the same time, the light in this area grew dimmer and dimmer. Another group of strange beasts appeared in the sky. This time, Yi Xian was prepared to fight to the death. That was why he summoned almost all of the strange beasts. His goal was to hide his figure. Not good. The scarred killer's expression changed when he saw Yi Xian in front of him. Scar, you're going to die too. Yi Xian gathered his true energy and slashed at the scarred killer. Killing Intent Explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Another flame dragon rolled out and engulfed the scarred assassin. However, the scarred killer was the second target, so he was prepared to defend himself. Right now, there were only 8 martial practitioners at the first level of the fulfillment realm left. However, they weren't the only ones here. There was another one. Transform. Luo had appeared behind the 8 people at some point in time. Moreover, her fur had turned completely gold. Demon Fox Flash. Luo transformed into a golden lightning bolt. Immediately, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Hiss. 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 First kill. Second kill. Third kill. Yi Xian's amplification grew stronger and stronger, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. These 8 first-level fulfillment realm experts didn't even have time to react before their heads were cut off by Luo. 8 consecutive kills. Yi Xian's amplification reached an unprecedented height. Double. At the same time, his killing intent soared to the highest point. However, it could go even higher. Young master, for you. Luo threw the 8 yin and yang rings to Yi Xian. Yi Xian caught the yin and yang rings and devoured everything inside, increasing his strength once again. After the preparations were complete, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a devilish smile. Everything was ready. Now, it was time for him to start a massacre. Come, let me show you the might of Bladestorm. Yi Xian's eyes turned cold. He threw out the Skyquake sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of Skyquake swords. Not only that, but the heaven-shaking swords were also covered by a strange energy, and they all turned into blood-red swords. Wei Zhentian, tear them apart. Yi Xian shouted in his mind. After accumulating for so long, he could finally witness the might of Bladestorm with his own eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian was extremely excited. Although Nailin Bing and Nailin Jie had reunited, both of them were seriously injured. Although they were reincarnators, could they survive the storm of thousands of blood-red swords? Looking at the thousands of blood-red swords, the 2 siblings' faces sank. Could it be that they were going to die here this time? Both of them were old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. There were many reincarnators among the souls that had died under the swords. Even if reincarnators were awakened, they would only have memories. It wasn't that easy for them to grow. In this world, reincarnators were dying all the time. Could it be that they were going to become one of them? No, we can't die here. Sister, set up the formation. Nailin Jie panicked. The seriously injured Nailin Bing nodded fiercely. Layers of ice crystals suddenly condensed on the long sword in her hand. The Xian Ming duo demons were very famous in the underworld. Their mission completion rate was very high. Their individual combat strength was actually not strong. They couldn't compare to Mo Shui, but their teamwork was flawless. However, what made them fearful was that they were good at a super sword formation. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation. Nailin Jie and Nailin Bing moved quickly. They used the strength of all things to condense the shadows of a flame dragon and an ice dragon. The 2 different true chis merged together. In an instant, a magical defensive formation was formed around the 2 of them. Yi Xian couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene. Ding! Copy of Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon successful. Ding! Copy of Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation successful. 2 system notifications sounded in succession. What surprised Yi Xian was that these 2 superpowers were the same as the unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. They were both growth-type superpowers. In order to learn the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation, one must first learn the Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. However, Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation and copied it directly. Let's see if the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation or my Sword Storm is more powerful. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He controlled Megatron to attack the 2 of them. In an instant, thousands of blood swords turned into blood rays and attacked the Xian Ming duo. Sword Storm was a new skill created by the fusion of Scarlet Storm and Thousand returning to Origin swords. Its power was much stronger than Thousand returning to Origin swords. However, Megatron was only at the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm. In Yi Xian's estimation, the Xian Ming duo would definitely die in the Sword Storm. As for Yi Xian, he directly used the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon to attack the scarred assassin who was closest to him. The scarred assassin was injured just now. Now that Yi Xian had obtained a growth-type superpower, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill him. Damn it! The scarred assassin looked at Yi Xian, who had turned into a dragon, and rushed towards him. His expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, "Mad Dragon, save me!" What he said was to save me, not to help me. This was enough to see how powerful Yi Xian was now. In the distance, Mad Dragon saw this and also attacked Yi Xian. In fact, he already had the intention to escape. However, the scarred assassin was his best friend since childhood. If he was in trouble, he still had to help. At this time, he didn't care about Nailin Bing and Nailin Jie because he felt that the siblings would definitely die. As long as I kill you, the killing feast will increase again. At that time, the Xianming duo will definitely die. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He suddenly cloned. After the Gemini bloodline had increased many times, he rarely used clones to fight. This was because the combined form could increase his strength by 50%. However, this time he wanted to give it a try. Let me see the power of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Array. Yi Xian's original body held a Fire-type Immortal artifact, while his clone held an Ice-type Immortal artifact. The two of them used the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Like Nailin Jie and Nailin Bing, they turned into a Fire Dragon and an Ice Dragon and attacked the Scarred Assassin and Mad Dragon. Chapter 1232. Nailin Jie and Nailin Bing had painstakingly obtained the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation. Now Yi Xian had secretly learned it. How was that possible? The Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation required two people to have a tacit understanding to master. Nailin Jie and Nailin Bing were siblings. Coupled with 1,000 years of tacit understanding, it was not easy for them to master it. Yi Xian had suddenly split into two and performed the same technique. This was already beyond their understanding. However, they did not have time to think so much. What they were about to face was thousands of blood swords. Fusion of ice and fire. Roar of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon. Roar. The Flame Dragon and Ice Dragon suddenly merged into one and let out an earth-shattering roar. The blood swords that had not yet approached were all blown away by the roar. Yi Xian heard the roar from afar. Yi Xian's body trembled. He did not expect the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation to have such a move. Unfortunately, he missed it and could not copy it down. At this time, the Xianming dual demons used their ultimate move to repel the thousands of blood swords and quickly turned around to leave. The red-blue sky dragon formed by the combination of the Flame Dragon and Ice Dragon was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had stepped out of Yi Xian's detection range. They're running! Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. This time, it was not easy for him to intercept these two people. He was prepared to catch them in one fell swoop. How could he let them escape? Nailin Bing is seriously injured, Nailin Jie lost an arm, and I have the death hunt order. You can't escape. Yi Xian quickly calmed down. With the death hunt order, he could sense the location even if the other party was at the ends of the earth. Since Nailin Bing and Nailin Jie had met, they would not be separated. As long as Yi Xian finished off Scar and Mad Dragon, the killing feast would receive a second boost and quickly catch up with the Xianming dual demons. Let me see the power of the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation. Yi Xian's original body and clone, one ice and one fire, charged toward Scar and Mad Dragon. Kid, don't underestimate us. Scar and Mad Dragon joined forces as well. Two mighty experts at the second level of the Fulfillment Realm were actually working together to deal with a brat at the 8th level of the Nether Passage Realm like Yi Xian. If news of this were to spread, they would probably become a laughingstock. However, in the current situation, whether or not he could survive was already a problem. Why would he care about face? The Ice and Fire Double Dragon Sword Array required extremely high tacit understanding. Nailin Bing and Nailin Jie also spent many years to successfully cultivate it. Although this Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array didn't have proficiency, the power displayed by Yi Xian was still somewhat inferior to that of the mysterious underworld twin demons. The Xianming duo demons were able to unleash about 80% of their power, and this was after they had practiced it countless times. However, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger had perfect chemistry. As long as he was given some time, he would definitely be able to unleash the full power of the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword array. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger clashed with Scar and Mad Dragon. Although Yi Xian's strength had increased by 50% after merging with his doppelganger, the power displayed by the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword array had already surpassed his after merging with his doppelganger. Boom! 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 Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger attacked continuously. At first, Scar and Mad Dragon were still able to hold on for a bit. However, as time passed, it became very difficult for them. Scar and Mad Dragon were both heavily injured. If the blade storm swept over, they would instantly be torn into pieces. However, Yi Xian wanted to use his own strength to kill the two of them. Therefore, he only used the blade storm to surround the battlefield. Seeing this, Scar and Mad Dragon's expressions were extremely gloomy. Facing so many blood swords, they probably didn't have a chance of survival. However, they still felt that there was a chance. These blood swords were controlled by Yi Xian. As long as they killed Yi Xian, no one would be able to control these blood swords. Kill! There was only killing intent left in Scar and Mad Dragon's eyes. At the same time, Yi Xian was using these 2 second-level Fulfillment Realm experts to temper his Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword array. This Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword array is even more powerful than Emo Shuei's Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. It just so happens that I have the Gemini bloodline, so this skill was prepared for me. Yi Xian was very satisfied. It was because of this that he let the Xianming twin demons leave and didn't immediately chase after them. Boom! 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 The sounds continued. Yi Xian fought 2 Fulfillment Realm experts by himself. Moreover, he had the upper hand. This battle result was enough to make any genius in this area speechless. As the battle continued, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger became more and more in sync. The Xianming twin demons were siblings, but they were 2 people after all. Therefore, they could only use 80% of the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword array's power. However, Yi Xian was one person. His original body and doppelganger had the same thoughts, so he could use 100% of the sword array's power. Yi Xian soon reached this level. It's about time. After 30 seconds of fighting, Yi Xian finally couldn't hold back and started killing. At this time, the Feast of Slaughter's effect had long since worn off. Fusion of Ice and Fire. Roar of Ice and Fire Twin Dragons. Roar! The 2 dragon shadows that Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger suddenly merged into one and let out a dragon roar that shook the sky. The Xianming twin demons used this move just now. It was a sound wave attack. They used this move to knock away the 1,000 blood swords and then escape. Yi Xian hadn't succeeded in copying it just now, but after half a minute of tempering he actually comprehended it himself. Yes, he comprehended it. Boom. Scar and Mad Dragon felt intense pain in their ears. Even their heads felt heavy. Their bodies were sent flying by the sound wave attack, and they spat out several mouthfuls of blood along the way. What a powerful attack. If I were at the 9th tier of the Nether Passage realm, Scar and Mad Dragon might have died under this attack. Yi Xian was also shocked. However, the roar of Ice and Fire consumed too much true qi. At his level, he could only use it once. Alright, it's time to reap your lives. Yi Xian didn't plan on playing anymore. With his aptitude, he'd already mastered the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword formation to the point of perfection in a short period of time. He'd even surpassed the Xianming dual fiends and was able to unleash 100% of its power. In an instant, the 2 heavenly dragons formed by his original body and doppelganger attacked Scar and Mad Dragon respectively. The 2 dragon shadows, 1 ice and 1 fire, swallowed Scar and Mad Dragon. The former was frozen into an ice corpse by the extreme cold inside the heavenly dragon's body, while the latter was burned to ashes by the extreme heat. 2 second-level Fulfillment Realm assassins were dead. Chapter 12:33. Yi Xian was very satisfied that he was able to kill 2 second-level fulfillment realm experts who were 3 realms higher than him. Although the Xianming duo demons had escaped, he had learned this growing divine ability that was even stronger than the peerless flame dragon slash. This ice and fire dragon sword formation seems to be stronger with my flame sword. Is it because I learned the peerless flame dragon slash? This doubt flashed through Yi Xian's mind. Right now, the peerless flame dragon slash was stronger than the ice and fire dragon sword formation. However, when the peerless flame dragon slash grew into the true flame dragon slash, it would probably be able to shake off the ice and fire dragon sword formation. He didn't know how strong the ice and fire dragon sword formation would become. However, he would think about these questions later. The most important thing now was to chase after the injured Xianming duo demons. After all, the mission to kill Nailan Jie had a 1-day time limit. At this time, Wei Zhentian had already returned to his original state. He helplessly rushed in front of Yi Xian. It's not your fault. I haven't broken through yet, so you're stuck at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yi Xian comforted him. He was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. If he hadn't broken through to the Fulfillment realm, Wei Zhentian wouldn't have been able to break through. If Wei Zhentian was already a rank 3 divine artifact, then the Xianming duo demons would have died even if they used the roars of ice and fire dragon slash. The blade storm is a waste, but it's nothing compared to the ice and fire dragon sword formation. When he thought of this, Yi Xian turned to look into the distance. At this time, more than half a minute had passed since Nailan Jie and Nailan Bing escaped. These 2 reincarnators were peerless assassins in their past lives. They were skilled at tracking, so they naturally wouldn't leave any traces. Half a minute was enough for them to run for a long time. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had placed a death warrant on Nailan Bing. Even if Nailan Bing ran to another holy land, Yi Xian would be able to sense her location. Come, I'll let you experience the feeling of being chased. Yi Xian immediately merged with his shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon and chased after them. In order to master the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array, one must first master the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. At the same time, the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon was a movement technique that allowed one to fly in the air. It was very useful. However, Yi Xian's agility advancement skill gave him a movement speed boost on land, so he decided to use it on land. It would be faster. Nailan Bing stopped? After chasing for 3 seconds, he realized that Nailan Bing had stopped moving. The distance between him and Nailan Bing was rapidly shrinking. Could it be that his injuries are so severe that he's on the verge of death? Yi Xian frowned. If that was the case, then it would be a tragedy, because Nailan Jie could directly put away Nailan Bing's corpse. This way, the death warrant would be refreshed and he would lose track of Nailan Jie. However, the mark of the death warrant was still there, which meant that Nailan Bing was still alive. Yi Xian continued to give chase. When the distance between them was very close, he slowed down and slowly approached. Nailan Bing and Nailan Jie were both injured. Nailan Jie was fine, as only his left arm was broken. However, Nailan Bing was hit by the flame dragon's peerless head-on. It was a miracle that she was not burned to death. At this time, they were no threat to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was curious as to whether the 2 of them would reveal some secrets after awakening. For example, who asked the underworld to find them? Could it be related to the Temple of Yin Yang? Therefore, Yi Xian used the assassination mode to hide his presence and quietly approached. Nailan Bing and Nailan Jie thought that they did not leave any clues, so they found a random mountain and hid in a cave. Yi Xian approached to see if he could hear anything useful. After all, there was still plenty of time. However, when he got closer with his extraordinary senses, he heard some unusual sounds. This was Nailan Bing's voice, and it sounded a little strange. Ever since Yi Xian activated the Eye of Perception, he was used to it. After all, every time he entered a city, he would hear such sounds. Damn, this pair of siblings, Yi Xian was shocked. With his powerful senses, not only did he hear it, he also felt it. The 2 figures in the cave were intertwined together, doing some kind of activity not suitable for children. This gave Yi Xian a fright. One must know that Nailan Bing and Nailan Jie were siblings. In his previous life, Yixian did not know if the mysterious underworld duo demons were siblings. However, in this life, Nailin Bing and Nailin Jie were the children of the Northern Heavens Academy's dean, Nailin Hao. This could not be fake. However, siblings who were related by blood were actually doing this kind of activity. Wasn't this messy? They were running away just now to avoid my pursuit. It's impossible for them to do this kind of thing, Yixian suddenly reacted. At this time, only a minute had passed since the battle just now. The siblings could not let down their guard. Of course, this was not certain. After all, the two had lived for 20 years before awakening. They might not be able to hold it in. However, at this time, Yixian's extraordinary senses felt that Nailin Jie's broken arm was actually beginning to heal. Sure enough, they were not just messing around. Dual cultivation. They are dual cultivation. They are using dual cultivation to recover their injuries and true qi. Yixian immediately reacted. He never thought that the mysterious underworld duo demons would use such a method to cultivate. It was no wonder that they could catch up to Mo Shui, who had cultivated for thousands of years. In his previous life, the mysterious underworld duo demons were unmarried. They were together all the time. Everyone thought that they were like this because they constantly pursued the martial Dao. However, who knew that they were messing around? Scary, this is too scary. Yixian could not help but shiver. Even if it was to increase their cultivation speed, it was a little too messy for siblings to do this kind of thing. However, at this time, Yixian did not want to care so much. He was ready to seriously injure the two and then interrogate them about the matter and the supernatural power. At this moment, he took advantage of the two in the cave and rushed into the cave. Nailin Bing's voice echoed in the cave. However, the moment Yixian stepped into the cave, the voice stopped. Nailin Bing and Nailin Jie, who were deep in the cave, trembled violently and quickly separated from their combined state. Someone's here. Nailin Bing and Nailin Jie immediately reacted. Although Yixian had concealed his aura, the mysterious underworld duo demons were peerless assassins. They immediately discovered Yixian. At this time, they were guessing who the intruder was. Was it Yixian, Scarface, or Mad Dragon? They were very confident that they did not leave any traces on their escape, not even true qi fluctuations. Chapter 1234. The Xianming duo's plan was to use dual cultivation to quickly recover their injuries and true qi, then counterattack. However, it had to be said that if they were suddenly interrupted while doing this, even an ordinary person would be enraged. The two of them didn't even bother to put on their clothes. They directly drew their swords and glared at the front. After this period of dual cultivation, Nailin Jie's broken arm had been completely healed, and Nailin Bing's injuries had also recovered by quite a bit. Not only that, but even her realm had broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Sensing the change in aura, Yixian couldn't help but stop in his tracks. The Xianming duo has a special dual cultivation technique. Nailin Bing has broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm in less than a minute. If we don't kill them this time, won't we be able to break through to the fulfillment realm soon? Yixian couldn't help but think to himself at the entrance of the cave. Mo Shui was only one person, so he had to rely on pills to recover his cultivation. However, the Xianming duo could use dual cultivation techniques to recover at a much faster rate than Mo Shui. If they didn't succeed this time, then the Xianming duo would quickly pull away from Yixian. At this time, Yixian was slightly regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have dealt with the Xianming duo first. However, it wasn't too late. So what if we've recovered? So what if we've broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm? Yixian's confidence had skyrocketed. Even if he was a level lower than his opponent, he wasn't afraid. Since that was the case, then he wouldn't be negligent. Things might change if he delayed, so he had to deal with the Xianming duo first. Kill! Immediately, Yixian split into two and charged into the cave. The cave was quite spacious, but a battle of this level would cause the heavens to fall and the earth to shatter as soon as it started. Soon, Yixian met with Nailin Bing and Nailin Jie. The Xianming duo were afraid of Yixian, so they didn't even wear clothes, exposing their bodies to the air. Fortunately, the cave was rather dark. Even if the two were naked, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them. However, Yi Xian had the ability to see in the night. He directly ignored Nailan Jie and finally looked at Nailan Bing. If the scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy were to see traces of blood on the thighs of the talented girl in their hearts, wouldn't they immediately go berserk? Yi Xian sized him up and suddenly remembered that he was running out of nutrition, so he quickly averted his gaze. Who are you? After Yi Xian appeared, Nailan Bing couldn't help but ask. That day, she had awakened at the critical moment and chased after Mo Shui. Later, Mo Shui was killed by an assassin who knew the peerless flame dragon slash. This killer was none other than Yi Xian. Nailan Bing never understood why Yi Xian wanted to kill him. Senior sister, you're really forgetful. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly changed back to his true appearance and sneered. This voice was half familiar to Nailan Bing. She felt like she had heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where. However, the way Yi Xian addressed her revealed a lot of information. Nailan Bing was a talented girl of the Northern Heavens Academy. To be able to call her senior sister meant that the other party was also a scholar of the Northern Heavens Academy. However, why would a scholar of the Northern Heavens Academy want to kill her? One must know that even the underworld didn't want to kill her, so why would Yi Xian? It seems that senior sister has forgotten that we met before the moon worship demonic sect and the underworld attacked the Northern Heavens Academy. Yi Xian said slowly. This hint was very obvious. After hearing this, Nailan Bing immediately thought of a person. That person was Yi Xian who made the silent night ponder. It's you? Nailan Bing cried out in surprise. She never thought that the assassin who was chasing after her would be Yi Xian. How was this possible? One must know that Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. In such a short time, he had broken through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm and could even fight with the reincarnated ones and force them to flee. Sister, you know him? Nailan Jie asked in shock. Nailan Bing naturally knew Yi Xian. That day, when she saw Yi Xian's famous poem, she was afraid that it would overshadow Nailan Jie's talent. Therefore, she wanted to frame Yi Xian and kill him on the spot. However, she didn't expect that Yi Xian would see through her plan and escape. However, this wasn't important. What was important was why Yi Xian wanted to kill them and Mo Shui's peerless flame dragon slash. Why are you chasing after us? Nailan Bing couldn't help but ask. Hearing this question, Yi Xian answered without thinking, because I promised Mo Shui that I would kill you and bury you with him. Mo Shui. It was indeed because of Mo Shui. Nailan Bing had been guessing before. However, she originally thought that Yi Xian knew the peerless flame dragon slash because he was Mo Shui's disciple. Now, it seemed that Mo Shui had used the peerless flame dragon slash and his own life to ask Yi Xian to kill them. The truth of the matter had finally come to light. If that's the case, then I'd like to see if you still have the ability to kill us. Nailan Bing coldly snorted. Just now, she took advantage of the conversation to quickly take out a set of robes and put it on. Although it was a critical moment now, it was still a bit strange to fight with others naked. Nailan Jie was also prepared to fight to the death. Although Yi Xian's realm was lower than the two of them, he had so many tricks up his sleeve that even they were shocked. Not only could he create identical clones, but he also had the eyes of the void and could instantly learn the ice and fire dual dragon sword formation that they had painstakingly practiced for countless years. If this Yi Xian wasn't eliminated, they wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. The two sides looked at each other quietly. There was no sound in the cave. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After a full 3 seconds, the sound of wind appeared. Nailan Jie, Nailan Bing. Today is the day you die. Yi Xian roared in his heart. He directly formed the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation and attacked the Xian Ming Duo Demons. Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation. On the other side, the Xian Ming Duo Demons did the same. This time, it was the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation versus the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation. One side had practiced for countless years, while the other had only practiced for 1 minute. It was unknown who was stronger. In order to make the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword formation stronger, Yi Xian purposely exchanged for two Tier 3 divine weapons called the Scarlet Flame Sword and the Azure Ice Sword. These two Tier 3 divine weapons, one was of the fire attribute and the other was of the flame attribute. They could increase the power of the ice and fire dual dragon sword formation. Yi Xian's original body held the Scarlet Flame Sword and formed the shadow of a flame dragon. Yi Xian's clone held the Azure Ice Sword and formed the shadow of an ice dragon. On the other hand, the Xianming duo demons only had superior Tier 2 divine weapons. In terms of weapons, Yi Xian had the advantage over them. As for Megatron and the Thunder Pearl, they assisted Yi Xian in attacking. In the blink of an eye, the two sides began to fight. Flame Dragon against Flame Dragon, Ice Dragon against Ice Dragon. This was the first time they had seen such a battle. Apart from the realm, Yi Xian surpassed the Xianming duo demons in every aspect. This time, the Xianming duo demons would definitely die. Chapter 12:35. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud noises rang out from the cave. The noise was so loud that the entire cave shook. The stone walls above them began to crack and fall. For people of Yi Xian's level, even if millions of kilograms of stones fell on them, they would still be smashed into smithereens. Hence, they ignored the terrain. Two fire dragons and two ice dragons were battling. At this moment, Yi Xian did not use his killing intent explosion, nor did he use his Eye of Glory. His current plan was to test the Xianming duo demons and see if there were any other uses for the ice and fire dragon sword formation. Waves of air billowed in the cave. Soon, the entire cave began to collapse. Yi Xian and the Xianming duo demons broke through the stone walls and flew into the air. Kid, why do you know the ice and fire dragon sword formation? Or you? Seeing that Yi Xian's ice and fire dragon sword formation was no weaker than theirs, Xianxia could not help but ask. Yi Xian was too strange. Hence, Xianxia guessed that he was also a reincarnated. Perhaps he was someone they knew in their previous life. In fact, Yi Xian had also guessed that they thought he was a reincarnate. Hence, he answered directly, I'm not a reincarnate. I'm just someone who got lucky. The reason why he answered this question was because he had a purpose. Before the Xianming duo demons could speak, he asked directly, are the two of you related to the Yin Yang Temple? Yin Yang Temple? Xianxia and Nalin Bing were stunned for a moment. They quickly searched their memories, but they couldn't find anything related to this. Humph, if you want to know, then defeat us. Nalin Bing snorted. Damn it, how shameless. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Since that was the case, he did not want to waste time with them. Fusion of ice and fire. Roar of the ice and fire dragons. The two dragon shadows formed by Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger suddenly merged into one. What? Nalin Bing and Xianxia were shocked. They did not expect Yi Xian to have learned this move. This was too unbelievable. They naturally knew the power of this move, so they did not dare to be careless. Fusion of ice and fire. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom. The two sound waves spread out and collided fiercely with each other. The shock waves that were produced directly broke the trees in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. The birds and beasts all exploded and died without exception. This move consumed a large amount of vital energy. Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he could recover quickly. But what about the Xianming duo demons? A minute ago, they had used it once to send the blade storm flying. After that, although they had recovered a lot of their true chi through dual cultivation, they had used up a lot of their true chi after this. However, this move was slightly more powerful than the Xianming duo demons. Yi Xian was directly sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. As expected of the Xianming duo demons. Yi Xian couldn't help but think to himself. But overall, he was the one who had profited. This kind of injury could be healed in the blink of an eye. He was like a cockroach that could not be killed. But at this time, Nalin Bing and Xianxia suddenly looked at each other. Then, the two sky dragon phantoms suddenly opened their mouths. Double dragon roar. Boom. The vital energy of extreme ice and extreme flame fused, forming an even more terrifying dragon breath. This dragon breath directly blasted towards Yi Xian. If Yi Xian did not dodge this attack, He would definitely die under this attack. But Yi Xian did not need to dodge. It seems that if I don't show some ability, I won't be able to kill you. The two Yi Xian's eyes widened. In the next moment, they transformed into Super Saiyan. Golden hair, golden eyes, golden armor. Two sets of brilliant golden armor wrapped the two Yi Xian in it. At the same time, the two Sky Dragon Phantoms also changed color. One turned golden, the other white. Killing intent explosion. Double Dragon Roar. The two Sky Dragon Phantoms opened their mouths. Boom. Another collision of energy. After the Xian Ming Duo Demons used it, Yi Xian accurately copied the Double Dragon Roar and used it immediately. This time, his attack completely crushed the Xian Ming Duo Demons' Double Dragon Roar. What? How is this possible? Nailin Bing and Nailin Jie's eyes widened. This move was already the strongest attack they could use at the moment. However, it was easily defeated by Yi Xian. Hadai. Yi Xian revealed a strange smile. It seemed that this time, he could complete Mo Xue's request and the random mission. The Xianming Duo Demons had no ability to block or dodge Yi Xian's Double Dragon Roar. However, Yi Xian's luck was not very good. Just as the Twin Dragon Roars were about to engulf the Twin Fiends, a figure suddenly appeared from the horizon and bravely blocked the Twin Fiends. Then, he used a single hand to block Yi Xian's Twin Dragon Roars. Boom boom boom. The Double Dragon Roar was blocked single-handedly by this mysterious expert and was immediately annihilated. Yi Xian was stunned. Even the despairing Xianming Duo Demons were the same. They did not expect that someone would interfere midway. Moreover, it was beyond Yi Xian's reaction time. Who is it? When the true energy dissipated, Yi Xian saw that it was a one-eyed old man. However, the aura that this one-eyed old man exuded was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. Yi Xian guessed that this one-eyed old man was at least at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. He might even be at the 5th, 6th, or 7th level. Because the difference was too great, Yi Xian could not accurately sense it. However, he knew that this was another tragedy. Fortunately, I made it in time. The one-eyed old man sighed in relief. For you? Yi Xian's nerves tensed as he hurriedly asked. This old man is One-Eyed Lu Tiangong. The one-eyed old man replied. Not only had Yi Xian not heard of this name, but even the Xianming Duo Demons had not. However, Nailin Jie and Nailin Bing knew that this one-eyed old man had come to save them. Capture him and I will reward you greatly. Nailin Bing hurriedly said. What she wanted was not Yi Xian, but Luo Luo, who had the Eye of Enchantment and 6 foxtails. However, Luo had a special relationship with Yi Xian and came and went without a trace. Therefore, only by capturing Yi Xian would they know where Luo was. Yes, my lord. The one-eyed old man's eyes lit up as he prepared to attack. With his cultivation, it was too easy to capture Yi Xian, who was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. When Yi Xian heard the one-eyed old man's words, he knew that he had no choice but to leave this time. By the time he reacted, the one-eyed old man had already turned into a streak of light and swept toward him. So fast. The one-eyed old man's withered right hand reached for Yi Xian's neck. Chapter 12:36. He disappeared? The one-eyed old man was shocked. Although he was wearing an eye patch, he was not dazzled. Yi Xian had really disappeared. When he turned to look, he found that Yi Xian's clone had disappeared as well. Yes, he had disappeared into thin air. However, the one-eyed old man realized that his aura had moved to another place. When he turned around, he found that Yi Xian had fused and attacked Nailin Bing's back. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flame dragon slash. After fusing with Yi Xian, he directly launched a killing move at Nailin Bing. This attack was enough to kill her. It's not that easy to kill under my watch. The one-eyed old man snorted in his heart. In the next moment, his eye patch turned to ashes, revealing his left eye. It turned out that he was not a one-eyed old man. His left eye was special, so he had to cover it with an eye patch. The pupil of this eye was very strange, but Yi Xian did not see it. At this moment, the one-eyed old man's left eye suddenly flashed. A wave of all creation's force appeared around Nailin Bing's body, protecting her. Boom! Yi Xian's peerless flame dragon slash was blocked by this powerful all-creations force defense. It did not hurt Nailin Bing. Only then did Nailin Bing remember that Yi Xian had the mysterious ability to suddenly appear behind her. Yi Xian had used this move to avoid the one-eyed old man. What? Yi Xian was shocked. What method did the one-eyed old man use to condense all creation's force around Nailin Bing out of thin air? However, he did not care so much at this moment. If his attack failed, he had to escape immediately. Immediately, he broke through the void and entered. You want to leave? Nailin Bing suddenly turned around and slashed at Yi Xian. 3 days soul-chasing sword strike. This move was Nailin Bing's most powerful attack besides the ice and fire twin dragon sword array. Yi Xian was unable to dodge in time and was pierced through the chest by the sword. However, his heart was not injured, but there was an additional violent sword aura in his body. Brat, you think you can escape in front of me? The one-eyed old man's left eye flickered again, and in the next moment, Yi Xian's body stiffened. His lower body was fixed in place, and he couldn't enter the void door. Not good, close the door. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. What? The void door closed, and Yi Xian's upper and lower halves were directly severed. Only the lower half of his body was left behind. However, the lower half of the body soon withered and turned into ashes. Escaped? Suddenly, Nailin Bing felt a surge of anger rise within her body. She turned her head angrily and said, "You have the eyes of myriad forms, but you actually let him escape?" The one-eyed old man's face stiffened, and he said awkwardly, "I was careless." This was his first time seeing Yi Xian, so he didn't know that Yi Xian had such a trick up his sleeve. That was why he allowed Yi Xian to escape. Humph! Nailin Bing was very displeased. If she had the strength now, she would directly kill the one-eyed old man to vent her anger. Unfortunately, her current level was not high enough. If the one-eyed old man had reacted a little faster, Yi Xian would have been instantly pulled out of the void door. At that time, he would be a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, somewhere in the unmarked common graves. Yi Xian had previously located himself in the unmarked common graves, so this time, he directly broke through the void and returned to the unmarked common graves. In fact, he also had a location in Tianyuan City, but Tianyuan City was too close to the battlefield just now. Just in case, he ran further away. Phew, that scared me to death. Yi Xian, who only had half of his body left, breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body began to heal his injuries. Yi Xian, who had the eyes of eternity, would not die as long as his 2 eyeballs were not destroyed. However, if he was caught by the one-eyed old man, his life and death would not be up to him. Of course, there was still a trace of sword chi left in his body, so he immediately swung his sword and chopped off his head. Then he healed his body except for his head, just in case. That old man didn't only have one eye. His other eye is more special and conceals his strength. Yi Xian's head thought. When his body was fully healed, he took out a new set of clothes and put them on. Most people had to use their all-creations power like vital energy, but that old man's all-creations power could be used from a distance. This was very rare. Fortunately, Yi Xian made a prompt decision. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble. What a pity! If I had known, I would have acted earlier. Things really do change when delayed. Yi Xian was very regretful. That old man must have come from another underworld to receive Lan Bing and Nailin Jie, and then hand them over to the higher-ups. Now, the Xianming twins were saved by the one-eyed old man. If Yi Xian could not grow to the level where he could fight them in the next few days, he probably would not be able to kill the Xianming twins. Once the one-eyed old man escorts the Xianming twins to a certain place, there will be stronger people to act as guards. At that time, maybe there will be Fragmentation Realm, Nirvana Realm, Longevity Realm, or even Rebirth Realm experts. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. It seemed that the random mission to kill Nailin Jie was going to fail again. Once bitten, twice shy. Fortunately, this time it was only a close call. This reminded Yi Xian of something. In the future, he must not talk too much when facing his enemies. Didn't those bad guys in movies all die because they talked too much? Sigh. Yi Xian sighed again. This time, although he did not kill Xianxia, he secretly learned 2 growth-type supernatural powers. This was not a loss. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly felt that the target of the death warrant, Bing, was getting farther and farther away from him at an explosive speed. It seemed that the one-eyed old man had already left with the Xianming twins. That one-eyed old man has already remembered me, but I have the assassin mode and the eye of control. As long as I change my face and aura, even if I appear in front of them, they might not be able to recognize me. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he used the face-changing mask and turned into a stranger. Then he chased after Bing. He did not want to give up, because the reward was to unlock a god-slaying bloodline skill. Shadow Step was an escape skill. If the situation had been like before, Yi Xian could have used Shadow Step to increase the distance between them, then used the Eyes of the Void. For this skill, Yi Xian decided to chase after the one-eyed old man and the Xianming twins. At least, he would wait until the random mission was over. However, the one-eyed old man was extremely fast. He led the Xianming twins further and further away from Yi Xian. A day later, Yi Xian had already been ruthlessly shaken off. Young master, I've broken through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Luo sent a message from inside the plantation space. Unfortunately, unless she broke through to the fulfillment realm, she would not be of any help in this situation. Keep working hard. Yi Xian encouraged her. The plantation space was a good thing. As long as it leveled up, it would be able to store heaven-reaching beasts inside. At that time, Luo's cultivation speed would greatly increase. Although the beasts' realms were low, they were still very useful in critical situations. Chapter 1237. Very quickly, another day had passed. At this moment, Yi Xianli and the one-eyed old man had already left Yi Xian behind by 100,000 streets. If Yi Xian were to travel day and night, he would need at least 10 days to catch up. Forget it. Since I can't catch up, I might as well give up. Yi Xian stopped and probed. Bing had designs on Luo. Therefore, he guessed that Bing would definitely send experts to investigate. Therefore, he had to leave this area. I'll chase for another day and wait for the Bladestorm's cooldown to end. Yi Xian made his decision. Very quickly, another day had passed. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left that area. As for the one-eyed old man, he was leading the Xianming duo further and further away from him. It would take at least half a month of travel. No, the one-eyed old man's speed had suddenly increased. Perhaps the Xianming duo had already been led by someone else. Forget it, I'll give up. This time, Yi Xian had really given up. However, he didn't erase the death-chasing command. After all, he hadn't encountered any troublesome enemies. Looking at the map, he discovered that he was currently in the territory of a power called the Green Sun Sword Sect. The Lu Guang Sacred Ground and Penglai Sacred Ground were mainly sections. Furthermore, there were countless powers. Just the small sects in the Green Sun Sword sect's territory numbered more than 10. Furthermore, these small sects were all on the level of the Northern Heavens Academy. As for the Green Sun Sword sect, it was naturally 10 times stronger than the Northern Heavens Academy. Regarding this, Yi Xian was already used to it. This world was originally unfair. Some people were born at the 10th stage of the martial path, while others were born at the sovereign realm. During these 3 days of travel, Yi Xian had passed by countless powers that were comparable to the Northern Heavens Academy. There were also many powers that were stronger than the Northern Heavens Academy. However, the strongest was still the Green Sun Sword sect. This Green Sun Sword sect has nothing to do with me. I'll find a place to investigate that one-eyed old man, Lu Tiangong. Yi Xian inwardly said. Yi Xian guessed that the Xianming duo demons had changed their bodyguards when they suddenly sped away. This Lu Tiangong had probably completed his mission and returned to his family or sect. Yi Xian wanted to investigate and see if the other party knew where the Xianming duo demons were going. Although the random mission had already exceeded the time limit, Yi Xian still remembered his promise to Imo Shui. Of course, he could also ask around about the Yin Yang temple. However, just as Yi Xian was preparing to rush to the nearest city, A group of cultivators suddenly appeared in the sky. There were at least 100 of them. Such a large scale, where are they going? Yi Xian dodged out of curiosity. This group of martial practitioners were all dressed in the same uniform, and they were all experts at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm at the very least. Among them, there were more than 30 Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners, which gave Yi Xian quite a fright. However, right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly discovered that this group of people had a tattoo of a character on their left chest. This meant that they were from the Lu family. Is the Lu family related to that Lu Tiangong? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. His original intention to leave was immediately thrown to the back of his mind. Lu Tiangong was that one-eyed old man from that day. Perhaps he was related to the Lu family. This is truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by chance. Regardless of whether this Lu family is related to Lu Tiangong, let's take a look first. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Seeing the Lu family's ferocious appearance, it seemed that they were going to fight. Although he had only met Lu Tiangong once, Lu Tiangong had almost killed him. Naturally, this grudge had to be avenged. Soon, this Lu family group approached Yi Xian. Yi Xian was only at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, while the weakest in this Lu family group was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Therefore, he was naturally inconspicuous. In fact, not many people even looked at him. That flying scorpion stronghold has gone too far. They actually sealed off the entrance to the primitive world of the wood spirit. This time, we must teach them a lesson. That's right. This time, for elders are moving out. We'll definitely beat the crap out of them. My blue sun sword art has also reached the 3rd level. This time, we must have a big battle. When this group of Lu family members passed by, Yi Xian relied on his extremely strong perception to hear some news. Flying scorpion stronghold, primitive world of the wood spirit, blue sun sword art? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. He didn't know what that flying scorpion stronghold and primitive world of the wood spirit were, but that blue sun sword art caught his attention. Blue sun sword art, blue sun sword sect. Could this group of Lu family members be disciples of the blue sun sword sect? Almost all sects nowadays had a 1,000-year-old legacy. It was normal for some families to appear. The Xianming duo demons seemed to have stopped nearby for a while, then suddenly increased their speed. Perhaps that Lu Tiangong is from the blue sun sword sect, and then handed the Xianming duo demons over to other escorts. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. He originally wanted to investigate, but now that a clue had appeared, he decided to follow this group of Lu family members and take a look. This group of Lu family members had some Fulfillment Realm experts at the front who were using the power of 10,000 mammoths to boost their speed and fly. However, after Yi Xian learned the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon, his speed had increased dramatically. Therefore he could catch up. Elder, someone is following us. Should we? Suddenly, someone reminded him. A mere 8th level Nether Passage realm martial artist can catch up to our speed. He's a genius. He probably wants to see what we're going to do. Ignore him. The leading white-haired elder didn't think much of it and continued on his way. Yi Xian followed behind this group of Lu family members and traveled for more than half a day. Soon he felt an aura that energized him. This aura came from in front of the Lu family members. Using the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian discovered that there was an entrance to a secret realm in front of the Lu family group. The entrance to the secret realm was also a trans-realm teleportation formation that appeared randomly. This secret realm entrance could be connected to a corner of the Glazed Light Sacred Land, Penglai Sacred Land, or other sacred lands or continents. Beside this secret realm entrance were several brawny men dressed in purplish black. When they saw the Lu family group, their expressions changed. They hurriedly turned around and prepared to charge into the secret realm. You think you can escape from me with just the few of you? The leading white-haired elder snorted coldly and immediately increased his speed. At the same time, the group of Lu family experts behind him also used the power of 10,000 mammoths to boost him. His speed was off the charts. In the blink of an eye, this white-haired elder rushed to the side of the group. Then, with a few swings of the long sword in his hand, he killed several people, leaving only one alive. Chapter 12:38. Flying Scorpion Stronghold. How dare you kill my Qingyang Sword Sex Expedition team? The white-haired elder shouted angrily as he grabbed the last man by the throat. Kill me if you want. The man from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold was stubborn, but he didn't expect this. Rip! The white-haired elder waved his long sword, and with a flash of green light, the man's head flew into the air. The Qingyang sword sect was righteous, but it didn't mean they didn't kill. The Lu family team arrived at the same time. Elder, are we going in now? Someone asked. The Flying Scorpion Stronghold wants to monopolize the primitive world of wood spirit. What wishful thinking. The white-haired elder snorted and said, all of you are the elites of the Lu family. You must be careful when you enter the primitive world of the wood spirit. If you see other people or beasts, kill them all. Remember not to be careless. Everyone answered. The Lu family team was at least at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, and some geniuses had even reached the 1st level of the Fulfillment realm. This time, they came to the primitive world of wood spirit to train. As I've said before, the most precious thing in the primitive world of wood spirits is the wood spirits. Wood spirits are usually obtained after killing tree demons. They also have different ages and can greatly improve the planting effect of natural materials and earthly treasures. If you get them, you can come to me and exchange them for heart devil elixirs or good fortune elixirs. The white-haired elder turned to look at the primitive world of wood spirit and said, you guys go in first. The Qingyang sword sect disciples nodded and entered the secret realm entrance in groups of 2 or 3. After a while, only a few Qingyang sword sect elders were left outside. Third elder, should we guard the entrance? A middle-aged elder asked. No need. The sect leader will be here soon. Let's go in together and kill the Flying Scorpion Stronghold people. The white-haired elder shook his head. Then, the 2nd and 3rd level Fulfillment Realm elders entered the primitive world of wood spirit one after another. As for Yi Xian, who followed the Lu family team here, he pondered for a moment outside. The wood spirits in the primitive world of wood spirit are very useful for my planting space. It seems that I should go in and take a look. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Firstly, he wanted to investigate if there was a person called Lu Tiangong in the Lu family. Secondly, the primitive world of wood spirits was also a good place for him to gain experience. The wood spirits could improve the planting effect of the heavenly treasure tree, and maybe even the level of the planting space. Therefore Yi Xian had to go in. However, the Lu family team had just entered not long ago, so Yi Xian waited outside for a while. About 10 minutes later, he quietly sneaked over. The entrance to this mystic realm is a little unstable. Please don't disappear halfway through. Yi Xian took a look and realized that there were some fluctuations at the entrance of the mystic realm. He didn't know where the primitive world of the wood spirit was located. It wasn't easy for Yi Xian to get to where he was. If the entrance to the mystic realm disappeared, he would be in big trouble. After Yi Xian mentally prepared himself, he stepped in. In fact, before he even stepped in, he had already felt a strong yuan qi of heaven and earth. After Yi Xian passed through the entrance of the mystic realm, he found himself in the depths of a forest. The trees in the primitive world of wood spirit were tall and majestic. Each one was like a skyscraper, and they were all heavenly treasure trees. However, one heavenly treasure tree was enough for the planting space. Any more would only rob it of nutrients. In this kind of forest, the most common dangers are heavenly beasts and tree demons. However, with my powerful perception and eye of revelation, I'm no less safe than a 3rd-level intent realm expert. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he used the eye of revelation to scan his surroundings. He didn't find any danger. Now, he also had the ability to track. Although he couldn't compare to Mo Shui and the Xianming duo demons, he could still see which direction the people who had entered before had left. Immediately, he chose to go forward and began to run. After entering the primitive world of wood spirit, he had a premonition that this time, he could at least break through to the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm. Moreover, there would be great opportunities. Perhaps he could upgrade the planting space to the 3rd level. Once the planting space was upgraded to the 3rd level, heavenly beasts could live in it in the future. Although mutated beasts were good, their combat strength couldn't compare to heavenly beasts. Yi Xian fantasized. Wouldn't it be awesome if he could cultivate 10,000 powerful heavenly beasts in the future? Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon, go. Yi Xian used a movement technique he had just learned and began to chase quickly. He could control those martial artists at the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm. First, he would ask about Lu Tiangong. Just now, because the group was too large, he couldn't get close and couldn't use the Eye of Control. However, people at the 9th level of the ethereal opening realm couldn't move very quickly, so Yi Xian was able to catch up to one very quickly. After chasing for a minute, with the help of the Eye of Revelation, he saw 3 figures. These 3 were all elites of the Lu family. Yi Xian immediately chased after them at full speed. Careful, there's someone. The young man who was the leader of the 3 shuddered. Yi Xian didn't use the assassination mode to hide his presence, but he was still discovered. This leader was quite capable. Who is it? Come out. The leader suddenly turned around and shouted angrily. Soon, a figure entered his sight. When Yi Xian darted out of the thicket, the 3 shuddered. 8th level of the ethereal opening realm. Could he be from the flying scorpion stronghold? The 3 were puzzled. However, the white-haired elder had said that if they met other people in the primitive world of the wood spirit, there was only one word to say, kill. However, the 3 saw that Yi Xian was only at the 8th level of the ethereal opening realm, so they wanted to capture him and ask him about it. However, Yi Xian didn't want to waste time with them. He directly used the Scorching Hell and the Eye of Control. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 3 system notifications sounded out in a row as Yi Xian successfully controlled the 3 of them. Following that, Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly asked, "Who are you people?" After hearing this, the leader answered without thinking, "We are disciples of the Green Sunsword Sect's Lu family." "Then is there a person in your family called Lu Tiangong?" "He wears an eye patch over his left eye." Yi Xian asked again, "Lu Tiangong?" After hearing this name, the 3 looked at each other and said, "The Sky Generation is the ancestor level, but we've never heard of this name." Chapter 1239. Is there a Tian generation? Then I'm not mistaken. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, the 3 of them didn't even know who Lu Tiangong was, so they naturally didn't know his whereabouts. "Then tell me more about the primitive world of the wood spirit," Yi Xian asked again. The primitive world of the wood spirit is a secret realm that appeared recently. No one knows where it is. The people who found it that day were from the Qingyang Sword sect, but then the people from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold also found it, so we discussed and decided to explore it together. However, the bandits from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold went back on their word and wiped out the exploration team sent by the Qingyang Sword sect. If it weren't for someone desperately sending back the news, we wouldn't have known about it. The young man in the lead said. "Get to the point." Yi Xian reminded him. According to the news that was sent back earlier, many plants in the primitive world of wood spirits produce wood spirits. These wood spirits have many uses, such as speeding up the growth of treasures of heaven and earth, fertilizing the soil, and refining medicine. The young man in the lead paused and said, "However, I heard that there's a strange heaven-reaching beast in the primitive world of the wood spirit. Its combat power is no less than that of humans, and its corpse is more valuable than wood spirits." "A strange heaven-reaching beast? What is it?" Yi Xian asked curiously. "It seems to be a kind of mushroom." "This is a portrait." The young man in the lead took out a portrait from his interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was shocked when he saw it. It was a F*** king mushroom. However, the mushroom had hands and feet, and it was holding 2 battle knives. It looked very out of place. "It should be a strange beast, right?" Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. "We're not sure. In short, it's very powerful. Ordinary mushroom soldiers are comparable to humans in the 9th tier of the ethereal opening realm. In addition, there are more powerful captains, general mushrooms, and emperor mushrooms." After Yi Xian heard this, he also felt that it was incredible. Mushroom soldiers? Captain Mushrooms, General Mushrooms, and Emperor Mushrooms. Was the primitive world of the Wood Spirit a mushroom empire? However, even the most ordinary mushroom soldiers were comparable to humans in the 9th tier of the ethereal opening realm. It seemed that there was a great opportunity here. Alright, I got it. Yi Xian lightly nodded his head. He directly took off the spatial rings of the 3 of them, poured out the contents, and returned them to them. This was also the first time the 3 of them had come here. They had only obtained some information. Yi Xian did not kill them. He turned around and left. Regardless of whether the mushroom was a heavenly reaching beast or a mutated beast, its corpse could be devoured by Yi Xian. The primitive world of the Wood Spirit was a treasure trove for leveling up. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm as soon as possible, or even reach the Fulfillment realm. However, not long after Yi Xian left, he sensed that the 3 Qingyang Sword Sect disciples he had just controlled had died. In the primitive world of the Wood Spirit, only the Flying Scorpion Stockade and the Qingyang Sword Sect are enemies. Did these 3 die at the hands of warriors from the Flying Scorpion Stockade, or? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately turned around. No matter what, those 3 people were his subordinates. Now that they had been killed as their master, he naturally had to take revenge. Soon, Yi Xian arrived near the spot where the 3 people had died. Using the Eye of Revelation, he saw 3 umbrella-shaped figures in front of him. Mushroom people? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. So, his 3 subordinates had been killed by the mushroom people he had just mentioned. Of the 3 mushroom people, 2 were short and 1 was relatively tall. He was about 1.7 meters tall. There's a Captain Su, Yi Xian immediately guessed. Captain Su was a human at the 1st level of the Fulfillment realm. It was no wonder that he could kill 3 9th level Nether Passage realm Qingyang Sword Sect disciples. However, this strength was not worth mentioning in Yi Xian's eyes. Assassination mode. Yi Xian immediately slipped into the shadows and stealthily crept over. Captain, what should we do with the 3 human corpses? A mushroom soldier asked in the human language. Bury them first. We'll dig them up and send them back after we've dealt with everyone. The relatively tall mushroom captain answered. Their conversation shocked Yi Xian, who was hiding in the shadows. These mushroom people could talk? After hearing this, Yi Xian's first reaction was to wonder if they were monsters. Monsters could talk too. No matter what, he had to kill them first. Killing intent explosion. Flame Dragon's peerless slash. Immediately, the sound of wind could be heard. If Yi Xian's sneak attack had succeeded, it would have been enough to kill that Captain Su in 1 hit. These mushroom people mainly relied on their physique to fight. They did not have true energy, but their full power attacks were not weak. Although Yi Xian had stealthily crept over, his sneak attack was immediately discovered by Captain Su. Bang! The flame dragon swallowed Captain Su and then slammed into a heavenly treasure tree. However, this Captain Su was wearing an unknown set of armor that blocked the fatal blow. Human? The other 2 mushroom soldiers immediately widened their eyes when they saw their captain being sent flying. But at this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flickered twice. Scorching hell. Eye of control. As long as it was a creature with eyes, Yi Xian could control almost all of them. These 2 mushroom people were no exception. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 2 system notifications in a row allowed Yi Xian to control these 2 mushroom people. However, that Captain Su was not dead yet. Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Array. Yi Xian instantly split into 2, one from the left and one from the right, charging towards Captain Su. Human, I want you dead. Captain Su shouted in the human language. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was going to use his ultimate move now. Dual Dragon Roar. Boom! 1 ice and 1 fire, the 2 types of energy instantly drowned Captain Su. In an instant, Captain Su's aura disappeared as he was directly blasted into powder by this attack. Not only that, even the heavenly treasure tree behind him was blasted into a large hole. The entire tree began to burn, the flames soaring into the sky. Yi Xian was very satisfied with the power of this move to instantly kill a Fulfillment Realm Captain Su. After Captain Su's death, Yi Xian also received a huge amount of killing intent. However, Yi Xian was helpless because he forgot to keep the corpse. Now that Captain Su was blasted into pieces, what would he devour? Forget it, next time. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head, turned around and walked back. What are you? He glanced at the 3 human corpses on the ground, then asked the 2 controlled mushroom soldiers. Master, we are citizens of the Great Mushroom Empire. One of the mushroom soldiers replied respectfully. Great Mushroom Empire? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Empires were very rare in the sacred lands. Chapter 1240. Why did you kill these humans and bring their corpses back? Yi Xian asked again. Because human flesh is a tonic for us. It can increase our strength. Yes, we haven't seen a human in the primitive world of wood spirits for 100 years. The 2 mushroom soldiers' answers made Yi Xian fall silent. These mushroom people were carnivorous. Then what kind of creatures are you? Are you heavenly beasts or strange beasts? Yi Xian continued to ask. We're not sure, but we're not like the monster clan. They can take human form and use true energy and interspatial rings, but we can't, answered one of the mushroom soldiers. Let me see the package on your back. After Yi Xian said that, the mushroom soldier opened the package on his back and put it on the ground. Inside, there were 3 fist-sized green stones. Are these the so-called wood spirits? Yi Xian asked with a frown. Master, these are wood spirits. They can also be used to increase our strength. We're looking for humans while looking for tree demons that can produce wood spirits, answered the mushroom soldier. Yi Xian walked over and put away the 3 wood spirits. Then he analyzed them. These wood spirits are really good stuff. They can be used to heal injuries and improve self-healing abilities after refining them. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately used a special devouring method to devour one of the wood spirits. However, the benefits were minimal. Besides, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so the wood spirits were useless to him. As for the remaining 2 wood spirits, Yi Xian threw them into the planting space. Wood Spirit King, use one of the wood spirits on the heavenly treasure tree. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the Wood Spirit King in the planting space. The Wood Spirit King was also very interested in the wood spirits, but it first went to carry out Yi Xian's order and put the wood spirits in the hollow of the heavenly treasure tree. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly treasure tree absorbed the wood spirits. It's really good stuff. It's even more effective for the heavenly treasure tree than my blood. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Over the past few days, the heavenly treasure tree had been nurtured with his blood. It had already grown to a height of 10,000 meters. Perhaps it was because he had fed it too much, causing its effects to worsen. However, this wood essence was very fresh to the heavenly treasure tree. A single piece of wood essence allowed the heavenly treasure tree to grow 10 meters. If I can collect more, I might be able to level up the planting space. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. Then he asked the 2 soldiers about other things. It turned out that the primitive world of the wood spirit not only had the Great Fungus Empire, but also a faction called the Tree Demon Alliance. The Tree Demon Alliance was hostile to the Great Bacteria Empire and was formed from all sorts of creatures. In the primitive world of the wood spirit, other than the mushroom people, there were all kinds of heaven-reaching beasts and strange beasts. These creatures were afraid of being killed by the Great Fungus Empire, so they banded together and resisted for hundreds of years. Among them, the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance was a fairy. This fairy was a strange beast a level higher than the wood spirits. For hundreds of years, it was she who had led the Tree Demon Alliance in battle against the Great Fungus Empire. It's really complicated, but I, Yi Xian, don't belong to the Great Fungus Empire, nor do I belong to the Tree Demon Alliance. All I want is wood essence. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The Skyquake sword in his hand flashed, and the 2 soldiers' mushroom caps were cut off by him. They died instantly. Then, Yi Xian tried to devour the bodies of the soldiers, but found that he couldn't. This made him feel rather regretful. However, the bodies of the soldiers could be thrown into the planting space as fertilizer, so it wasn't completely useless. This great bacterial empire has a special tracking and marking method. I've already mastered it. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked around. However, there were no marks left behind by the soldiers. Otherwise, Yi Xian could use the marks to catch up with the other group. The three of you are my subordinates. I'll give you a proper burial. Yi Xian muttered to himself as he put away the bodies of the three Qingyang sword sect disciples. Then he quickly left the place and began to wander around the forest. According to the two soldiers, the Great Fungus Empire was west of the entrance to the Wood Essence primitive world, while the Tree Demon Alliance was east. Yi Xian needed Wood Essence, so he needed to enter the Tree Demon Alliance. As long as I have a large amount of Wood Essence, the planting space might be able to level up. The growth rate of Luo and the exotic beasts will also skyrocket. The space will also be larger and there will be many more effects. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but quicken his pace. Whoosh whoosh. Just as he was hurrying along, he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air, and it was rapidly approaching. Ambush. Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he instantly left the place. Dozens of sharp branches pierced deep into the ground. If Yi Xian had dodged a little slower, he would have become a sieve. Tree demons. At this time, Yi Xian finally realized that the one attacking him was a type of exotic beast, a tree demon. According to the attack speed just now, this tree demon should be at the fulfillment realm, so the wood essence in its body should be better than the three pieces just now. Eye of Revelation. Immediately, Yi Xian swept his gaze around, following the sharp branches, and found the tree demon. The wood essence is in this tree demon's body. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian saw that there was a green stone in this tree demon's body. It was the wood essence, and it was much larger than the three pieces he had just obtained. How dare you ambush me? You're courting death. Yi Xian didn't wait for the tree demon to continue attacking and directly attacked. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flame dragon roared and blasted towards the tree demon. Tree demons were very difficult to deal with, and ordinary people would have a hard time distinguishing them. However, Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation, so he could see the wood essence in the tree demon's body. Moreover, his perception was very strong, so he could find it by following the branches. It's been a long time since I met a human. I'm going to kill you and drink your essence blood. The tree demon suddenly spoke in human language, and then used countless branches to block the peerless flame dragon slash. You're quite capable after all. Have a taste of this move. Yi Xian suddenly split into two. Fusion of ice and fire. Twin dragon roar. The ice dragon and flame dragon opened their mouths, and spat out two opposite energies. Here, the two opposite energies fused together, creating a huge power. This attack directly blasted through the branch's defense, and then slammed into the tree demon's main trunk. The tree demon's heart was inside the tree demon's body, which was its weak point. Now that the tree demon's heart was directly shattered, this tree demon immediately died. Chapter 1241. This piece of wood essence is worth the two pieces from before, but the bigger a piece of wood essence is, the more valuable it is. Its value is much higher than the two pieces of wood essence. It's worth 10 pieces at the very least. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he threw the piece of wood essence into the planting space and had the Wood Spirit King absorb it for the heavenly treasure tree. Don't worry, I'll continue. Don't worry. Yi Xian hurriedly said to the eager Wood Spirit King in the planting space. The Wood Spirit King was also an exotic beast, so the wood essence was very useful to it. It might even evolve into a flower spirit. If the Wood Spirit King matured, it would be even better at taking care of the planting space. When he thought of this, Yi Xian immediately started on his way again. Soon, he arrived at the territory of the Tree Demon Alliance. Just now, I was in the area between the Great Bacterial Empire and the Tree Demon Alliance. There weren't many tree demons. Now that I'm going to enter the Tree Demon Alliance, I have to be careful. Yi Xian reminded himself in his heart. The Tree Demon Alliance could fight against the Great Bacterial Empire for hundreds of years, so they definitely weren't weak. They definitely had second or third level fulfillment realm tree demons. It would be fine if Yi Xian ran into a second level fulfillment realm tree demon, but if he ran into a third level fulfillment realm tree demon, it would be troublesome for him. Roar! Half a minute after Yi Xian stepped into the Tree Demon Alliance's territory, A beastly roar suddenly attracted his attention. Is that a skirich beast? It seems like someone's fighting it. Yi Xian paused, then immediately rushed in the direction of the roar. He didn't know if the one fighting the skirich beast was a mushroom man from the great bacterial empire, or a human who had just entered the primitive world of wood spirits. When Yi Xian got closer, he took a look. The Tong Tian beast was a giant wolf, and it was fighting with 3 burly men. Judging from their attire, they don't seem to be from the Green Sun Sword sect, but the Flying Scorpion Stronghold. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Flying Scorpion Stronghold was an evil force. Many fierce people joined the Flying Scorpion Stronghold because they had nowhere else to go. Therefore, the strength of the Flying Scorpion Stronghold was not weaker than the Qingyang Sword sect. The 3 men were all at the first level of the Fulfillment Realm, while the giant wolf was at the second level of the Fulfillment Realm. This time, we've made a huge profit. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Because both the humans and the heaven-reaching beasts were his enemies, he didn't charge out immediately. Instead, he watched from afar, waiting for both sides to suffer. No, I've already fused with the god of slaughter bloodline. Killing can increase my killing intent value. No matter who dies, it's a loss. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. On one side was the ruthless man of the Flying Scorpion Stronghold, and on the other side was the Tong Tian beast, so he didn't need to show mercy. Luo Luo, let's attack together. Yi Xian suddenly summoned Luo Luo, who had already broken through to the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. In an instant, Yi Xian and Luo Luo rushed out together. The 3 men and the giant wolf also noticed Yi Xian and divided their attention to guard against him. Who is it? A man from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold exclaimed. At this time, Yi Xian just happened to jump out. Fusion of ice and fire. Dual dragon roars of ice and fire. Rainbow demonic fire, 1,000-layer explosion. Yi Xian and Luo Luo immediately let loose their attacks. Boom! 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 Immediately, violent sounds came from the area. The surrounding heaven-reaching treasure trees were all blown apart, and some were even burned to a crisp. The 3 Flying Scorpion Stronghold experts and the giant wolf were seriously injured. One of them even died. One more time, dual dragon roar. The 2 Yi Xian used their ultimate move again, and their target was the giant wolf at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm. Boom! The dual dragon roar hit the giant wolf, and the 2 auras of ice and fire drowned it, instantly injuring it. This wolf's defense is so high. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he didn't use his full strength just now because it wasn't necessary. Eye of Glory! Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Yi Xian used his ultimate move again, and another powerful sound wave attack spread. This time, the 2 remaining Flying Scorpion Stronghold experts didn't survive. Not only that, even the giant wolf at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm was shattered. In the blink of an eye, both the humans and the heaven-reaching beasts were killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian's killing intent instantly increased by a large amount. Young master, you're so violent right now, Luo Luo couldn't help but say. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but grin. Right now, his skills were too violent. All of them were powerful moves. Blade Storm, Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire, Dual Dragon Roar, Burst of Killing Intent, Eye of Glory, Peerless Flame Dragon Slash, and so on. However, the 3 Fulfillment Realm Flying Scorpion Stronghold experts had been fighting the giant wolf for a while and didn't have much true energy left. That was why Yi Xian was able to take advantage of this opening. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly went over and put away the corpses and universe rings of the 3. There are a lot of things and more than a dozen wood essences. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction and directly consumed the items. Then he threw the wood essences into the plantation space. As for Luo Luo, she was once again sent into the planting space. Luo Luo didn't have the divine tree of life bloodline, so her true energy would run out eventually. However, in the plantation space, her recovery speed was very fast. As for the giant wolf's corpse at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm, Yi Xian naturally put it away as well. The corpse was also thrown into the plantation space. As for the beast's soul, Yi Xian devoured it himself. Soon, I'll break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm very soon. Yi Xian suddenly felt impatient. As long as he broke through, there probably wouldn't be anyone in the primitive world of wood essences who could stop him. He calculated that he probably needed to devour another 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm Beast Soul before he could break through. When he thought of this, Yi Xian left his original spot again and looked for his next target. However, he had only run for a short while when a burst of noise entered his ears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The clamor was rapidly approaching. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a large group of creatures rushing towards him. It looked like they were bees. What powerful auras! Although each of them isn't very strong and is only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, there are at least 1,000 of them. Yi Xian's expression rippled as he decided to take a look first. However, when the swarm of bees came closer, Yi Xian realized that they were coming for him. There are also heaven-reaching beasts in the Tree Demon Alliance. It looks like these bees are here to help the giant wolf. Yi Xian immediately reacted. In the primitive world of wood essences, only the Tree Demon Alliance and the Great Fungi Empire were enemies. The entire Tree Demon Alliance naturally had to help each other. These seem to be exotic beasts, but I don't think I can tame them. In that case, I'll just kill them all. Chapter 1242. Although the benefits of devouring these beasts were less than the heaven-reaching beast, there were so many of them. If they were all killed, the benefits would still be considerable. More importantly, Yi Xian was about to break through. Luo Luo, let's kill them together. Yi Xian summoned Luo Luo again. Group attacks were Yi Xian and Luo's fort. Coincidentally, the effects of the Eye of Glory were still active, so Yi Xian could save some eye power. Fusion of ice and fire. Twin dragon roars of ice and fire. 7-colored demon fire, 1,000-layer explosion. When the group of exotic beasts approached them, the two of them attacked together. Although they were both in the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, their destructive power was no weaker than that of a 2nd-level Intent Realm expert. Turn all of them into my killing intent. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. A wave of air swept out, and more than half of the beasts in the air were instantly killed. Lolua's terrifying explosive attack followed. Bang, bang, bang. This group of over 1,000 beasts was instantly slaughtered by Yi Xian and Luo Luo. And this was before Yi Xian unleashed his killing intent. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single bee left in the air. Gather around me. Yi Xian used the power of 10,000 mammoths to gather the corpses of the beasts and devour them all. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now in the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Finally, he heard the long-awaited notification of a breakthrough. Right now, Yi Xian had already reached the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Even if he were to fight against the Azure Yang Sword Sect team from before, he would probably be able to kill them all. Breakthrough, I must break through again. Maybe I can still catch up to the mysterious underworld duo demons. Yi Xian said to himself. The time for the random mission to kill Nailan Jie had already passed, but Yi Xian was still in hot pursuit. In fact, he wasn't in a hurry to avenge Mo Shui, but to set a goal for himself. From the Blood Rock continent to the Penglai Sacred Land, and then to the Lu Guang Sacred Land, it had actually been a year. During this year, Yi Xian had run into obstacles everywhere, and had not heard any news about the Yin Yang Temple. Therefore, he felt that he had slacked off a little. It was also because of this that he needed to find another motivation for himself, a motivation to level up as soon as possible. Without a doubt, the Xianming duo demons were his current motivation. Yin Yang Old Ancestor, Xianming duo demons, you are all people that I, Yi Xian, must kill. I will definitely find you, Yi Xian said resolutely as he gazed into the distance. Although this was the primitive world of the wood spirit, he could clearly sense the location of Nailan Bing, the target of the death warrant. At this moment, the distance between the two of them was too great. Yi Xian could no longer accurately calculate the distance. He could only sense the general direction. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Let's head deeper into the Treant Alliance's territory. Yi Xian shook his head and threw all the extra exotic beast corpses into his planting space as fertilizer. Then he began to go deeper. Although he had not broken through to the fulfillment realm with his various ultimate moves and bloodlines, if he went all out, he estimated that he could exchange blows with an expert of the third level of the fulfillment realm. Of course, this was only his estimate. An expert of the third level of the fulfillment realm had opened 3 natal palaces in their body. Every time a fulfillment realm expert broke through, the amount and strength of their natal true chi would increase qualitatively. Previously, he was able to defeat the combined forces of Scar and Mad Dragon because they were both heavily injured. Moreover, the Green Yang Sword sect and the Flying Scorpion Stronghold were not small factions. They probably had many fulfillment divine arts, so it would not be easy to deal with them. There are wood spirits in the Tree Demon Alliance's territory, and the corpses of the Great Fungi Empire's mushroom soldiers are also very good refining materials. I just don't know where the Green Yang Sword sect and the Flying Scorpion Stronghold went. Yi Xian guessed as he used the Eye of Revelation to scan the surroundings. After a while, he discovered other creatures. The mushroom people of the Great Fungi Empire? Yi Xian thought to himself as he raised an eyebrow and looked at the dozen or so figures in front of him. There were more than a dozen mushroom people of the Great Fungi Empire in front of him, 10 Captain Su, and a General Su who was a size bigger than the Captain Su. The Captain Su is at the first level of the fulfillment realm, and the General Su is at the second level of the fulfillment realm. However, their physiques are far superior to us humans. They might even be stronger than heaven-reaching beasts of the same level. I don't know how they cultivated them. Yi Xian was very curious. It was hard to imagine that a mushroom had hands and legs and could kill people. It was simply inconceivable. At this time, the 11 mushroom people of the Great Fungi Empire were discussing something in low voices. Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation swept over and suddenly found something strange in another place. Tree demons. Yi Xian saw that there was a tree demon's heart and a large piece of wood spirit in one of the heaven-reaching treasure trees. However, this piece of wood spirit was the largest piece he had seen so far. Could it be a third-level fulfillment realm tree demon? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. There was no standard for the level of this heaven-reaching treasure tree, so it was very difficult to estimate. However, if it was a third-level fulfillment realm human martial practitioner, Yi Xian might be a little wary, but this was only a third-level fulfillment realm tree demon. What was there to be afraid of? Even if this tree demon has not reached the third level of the fulfillment realm, it is probably at the peak of the second level of the fulfillment realm. If I eat this wood spirit, I might be able to grow into an emperor mushroom. This General Su looked at the tree demon in front of him with shining eyes. In the Great Fungi Empire, emperor mushrooms had the highest status. There might not even be one emperor mushroom in 100 General Su. My lord, I'm afraid we are not its match. A Captain Su said timidly. Captain Fungus was a human at the first level of the fulfillment realm. 10 Captain Fungus added together was an extremely powerful force. However, they did not have true energy and could only fight with the special weapons in their hands. The tree demon had countless branches, so at the same level, the tree demon was stronger than the mushroomman. However, the tree demon also had a fatal flaw, and that was that it could not move. Once it was exposed, it would only be the fate of being surrounded. You are my soldiers, how can you be so cowardly? As long as I become an emperor mushroom, you will naturally rise as well. This tree demon has already been exposed, and it might have already started to rescue us. If we are any slower, we will not have a chance. General Su said very unhappily. Indeed, as long as they could raise Su to an emperor mushroom, then these 10 Captain Su would become very powerful in the future. They thought for a moment and finally nodded resolutely. All right, my lord, we will fight. Very good, when the time comes, we will attack according to the training. We must quickly cut off all of its branches. General Su nodded in satisfaction. They reorganized themselves for a moment before they quickly rushed over. This team of mushroom men did not split up and rushed over while facing the tree demon's attacks. Chapter 1243. Hiss! 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 The twin blades in Jiang Su's hands were extremely sharp, and he cut through the tree branches like he was cutting vegetables. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered half the distance. Despicable mushroom people, you've betrayed the will of nature. The tree demon spoke in the human language and began to use all of its branches to attack. Shut up, we're the true masters of this forest. Jiang Su roared angrily. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of purple poison at the tree demon. Hiss hiss. This mouthful of purple poison landed on the tree demon's trunk. The tree bark instantly melted away, and a hole appeared in the tree. Moreover, it was rapidly expanding. Despicable mushrooms, I'm going to use your corpses as fertilizer. The tree demon was furious. In truth, that mouthful of purple poison was Jiang Su's blood. However, their blood was extremely harmful to the tree demon. This tree demon was indeed not at the third level of the fulfillment realm, but it was at the peak of the second level. Facing these 11 mushroom people from the Great Mushroom Empire, the tree demon was already prepared to go on a killing spree. Fortunately, every tree demon had some extremely tough branches that could repair themselves very quickly. Otherwise, the 11 mushroom people would probably have already approached this tree demon. At this time, what both sides did not know was that there was another danger around them. If I throw all 10 mushroom leaders, 1 Jiang Su, and 1 tree demon into the planting space, it can fertilize the soil and increase the production of those natural treasures. Yi Xian thought to himself. The planting space was his back garden. He had planted many natural treasures in it. There were natural treasures ripening at all times and then being devoured by him. Simply put, the planting space was a place for him to hack. It could constantly increase his experience points. Although it was slow, as long as the planting space's level increased, then the production of natural treasures would also increase. Yi Xian liked this feeling of bountiful harvest very much. Waiting for them to fight each other isn't a bad idea, but now that I've fused with the god of slaughter bloodline, killing people, killing monsters, and even devouring weapons can increase my killing intent, Yi Xian thought for a moment, then finally decided to go out. In an instant he was split into 2. The twin dragons of ice and fire sword formation required a large amount of true qi to activate, but Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body, so he could completely recover. Therefore, this move had become a common skill for him. Fusion of ice and fire. Twin dragon roar. Yi Xian was in the distance. He ordered his ice dragon and flame dragon to spit out 2 mouthfuls of dragon breath. The 2 dragon breaths merged into one and blasted towards the commander mushroom. Tree demons were actually the most difficult to deal with, but they could not move, so Yi Xian decided to leave them for last. As long as this Jiang Su was dealt with, the rest would be simple. The tree demon was just a target. What? Jiang Su, who was dodging the tree branch attacks, suddenly felt an extremely strong pressure. When he turned his head to look, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Sneak attack. Boom. Jiang Su couldn't dodge in time and was hit head-on. Gotcha. Fortunately, he was wearing an armor specially made from the bones of the heaven-reaching beast, so he managed to survive. However, he was also blasted to the point where he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Who is it? The other mushroom team leaders hurriedly turned their heads to look when they saw their leader being blasted away. At this moment, Yi Xian also just happened to dash out from inside. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom. A sound wave attack rapidly spread out. The 10 mushroom team leaders were directly blasted away, their armor shattering. As they flew out, a white figure suddenly dashed out from the side. This white figure was extremely fast. Every time it flitted past a mushroom team leader, it could cut off their mushroom cap. In the blink of an eye, this nimble white figure killed all 10 mushroom team leaders. And this white figure was Luoluo, who had used Fox Flash. Young master, it's done. When the 10th mushroom team leader died, Luoluo also directly reported, then threw the items to Yi Xian. These mushroom team leaders' bags contained wood spirits and the universe rings of the humans they killed. However, because they didn't have true qi, they couldn't use the universe rings. They could only bring them back and let the human captives help pour out the items. Now, all of them had benefited Yi Xian. Yi Xian took these bags and poured them all into the devouring space or the planting space. His cultivation base had improved a little more. Jiang Xian, it's your turn now. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He turned into 2 heavenly dragons and attacked the heavily injured Jiang Xian. Not good run. Jiang Xian's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly turned around. Although Yi Xian was only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, he was much stronger than this tree demon. Against Yi Xian, Jiang Xian had no doubt. However, just as he was turning around, a golden light suddenly appeared and collided head-on with Jiang Ji's stomach. Bang! With a muffled sound, Jiang Xian exploded. Purple blood sprayed everywhere. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly avoided the poisonous purple blood and looked in front of him. This damned thing that appeared out of nowhere killed the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm General Xian in 1 hit. What was this? He immediately focused his eyes and found that it was a tiger with golden fur. Its golden eyes made Yi Xian's hair stand on end. A 3rd level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beast, the golden-eyed Tiger King? Yi Xian immediately reacted. Only a 3rd level Fulfillment Realm beast could kill a 2nd level Fulfillment Realm General Xian. Roar! This golden-eyed Tiger King also stopped after insta-killing Zhu Ji. The intelligence of heaven-reaching beasts was not lower than that of humans. This golden-eyed Tiger King didn't attack because it was sizing up Yi Xian. On the tree demon's side, there were also heaven-reaching beasts and strange beasts besides the tree demons. They were on the same side, so the tree demons didn't continue to attack. You're dead, human. This tree demon said with a bit of schadenfreude. Shut up, you old piece of wood. Yi Xian let out the low shout. A mere plant dared to mock him. It really didn't know what was good for it. If he encountered a 3rd level Fulfillment Realm Elder of the Green Sunsword sect right now, Yi Xian might be wary, but this golden-eyed Tiger King was only at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. He wasn't afraid of heaven-reaching beasts. Roar! At this time, the golden-eyed Tiger King let out another roar. Young master, it's asking about your origins. Luo Luo suddenly said. What? This sentence stunned Yi Xian. This golden-eyed Tiger King was asking about his origins. Shouldn't it start a fight? Chapter 1244. Big Tiger, what do you want? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared again. It says it wants to cooperate with humans. Luo Luo said in disbelief. Cooperation? Yi Xian was very surprised. What kind of cooperation? I mean, because I'm a member of the Fox clan. Also, because you're so strong, young master. You should be a super genius of a human sect. You have the right to speak. Luo Luo continued to translate. A super genius of the Fox clan? Yi Xian frowned. The golden-eyed Tiger King had seen him with Luo Luo. Luo Luo belonged to the Beast clan, which was between a human and a beast. Therefore, compared to a human, the Skirich beast would trust Luo Luo more. However, the golden-eyed Tiger King hadn't said what it wanted to cooperate with. Just as Yi Xian was about to ask, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was a large bird with snow-white feathers. On its head was a mini green figure. Yi Xian focused his eyes and found that the green figure was only the size of a fist. Apart from the small wings on its back, it was completely a miniature human. This little person looked like a girl. She looked very obedient and cute. What's that? Yi Xian's brain didn't react. Hello, human. A light voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Are you the one talking? Yi Xian looked at the little thing and said in shock. Yes, it's me. Let me introduce myself. I'm Hualien, the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance in the Wood Spirit Primitive World. The little girl answered. Yi Xian didn't react until now. The leader of the Tree Demon Alliance was a fairy, which was the little thing called Hualien in front of him. What surprised Yi Xian was why the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance was here. My name is Yi Xian. Since the other party had introduced herself, Yi Xian also wanted to know. Human, I'm here this time because I want to cooperate with you. Hualien went straight to the point. Just say it. What kind of cooperation? Yi Xian asked directly. I don't know if you know, but in the primitive world of the Wood Spirit, there is the Great Fungus Empire and the Tree Demon Alliance. We have been enemies for hundreds of years. Hualien began. However, in recent years, the Great Fungi Empire has been developing rapidly. Our tree demon alliance is a bit lacking. In a few more decades, we'll probably be wiped out by the great fungi empire. Therefore, I wish to seek your cooperation and destroy the great bacterial empire together. After hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and said, "Destroy the great bacterial empire?" Ding. Host has triggered a random mission. Exterminate the great bacteria empire. Reward: unlocking the God Slayer Bloodline Dark Knight Canopy skill. This notification sound suddenly rang out. The duration of the mission was 7 days. There was no punishment for the mission, so Yi Xian accepted it without hesitation. The murderous God Bloodline's Dark Knight Canopy skill required 1 Devour point to activate. After using Dark Knight Canopy, the surroundings would be plunged into darkness. This skill was very useful when paired with the Assassination mode and the Eye of Revelation. The enemy was out in the open while Yi Xian was in the dark. This would greatly increase the success rate of Yi Xian's assassination. That's right. Hua Lian nodded and said, "Just now, when I was patrolling the territory, I happened to see you killing Captain Su and Jiang Su. I remember that humans have a saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Therefore, I wish to have a chat with the upper echelons of your human race. You think that my aptitude is not bad and that I come from a large sect?" Yi Xian immediately understood and asked again. "That's right." Hua Lian responded, "As long as we work together to destroy the great bacterial empire, I can take out a large amount of wood essence as a reward, and even all the corpses." Wood essence was very valuable, and so were the corpses of the mushroom people. Under normal circumstances, no one would refuse. Even the Green Sun Sword sect and the Flying Scorpion Stronghold probably did not have the courage to refuse, because the great bacterial empire was a huge fortune. But after we humans came in, we also killed many tree demons. We are also considered your enemies. Yi Xian asked again. "No, you shouldn't be." Hua Lian shook her head and carefully sized up Yi Xian, saying, "Your body exudes an affinity. You are different from other humans." Affinity. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but be stunned for a moment. He immediately remembered that he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body. It seemed that Hua Lian had appeared because of this bloodline. "I see, I understand." Yi Xian nodded slightly. After thinking for a moment, he decided to tell the truth. "Sorry, I don't belong to any sect. I'm afraid I can't help you." "You don't belong to any sect?" This time, it was Hua Lian's turn to be shocked. Not belonging to any sect? That was impossible. Hua Lian felt that Yi Xian was not very old, and he even had the ability to challenge people 2 levels above him. Could this strength have been cultivated by himself? While the other was surprised, Yi Xian suddenly said, "However, I do have the ability to challenge people above my level. You can tell me about the Great Fungus Empire's strength." In the Great Fungus Empire, the fungus soldiers are comparable to humans at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. The fungus captain is at the 1st level of the Fulfillment realm, and the general fungus is at the 2nd level of the Fulfillment realm. Also, there is the 3rd level of the Fulfillment realm Emperor fungus, and the 4th level of the Fulfillment realm Emperor fungus, Hua Lian answered casually. There is something called the Emperor fungus above the Emperor fungus? Yi Xian was a little shocked. That was an enemy at the 4th level of the Fulfillment realm. The mushroom men were stronger than heaven-reaching beasts at the same level. It was a little difficult for Yi Xian to face a 4th level Fulfillment realm Emperor fungus. However, if he broke through to the Fulfillment realm, opened his natal palaces, and condensed his natal true energy, what was the Great Fungus Empire? You haven't even reached the Fulfillment realm. Even if you can challenge people above your level, it is useless. Leave, and do not step into the territory of the Tree Demon Alliance. Hua Lian said a little disappointedly. Wait. Seeing that Hua Lian was about to leave, Yi Xian hurriedly shouted, "That is not necessarily true. As long as I am given enough cultivation resources, I can break through to the Fulfillment realm in a short time. There are not many things in the territory of the Tree Demon Alliance. Also, the secret realm entrance will only last for 10 days. Hua Lian said. Although she did not say it explicitly, Yi Xian knew that Hua Lian thought that he could not break through and help her destroy the Great Fungus Empire. Wait. Yi Xian suddenly called out to Hua Lian and said, "Do you not believe in my strength? Even if you can challenge people 2 levels above you, you can only kill the general fungus at most. Above the general fungus are the emperor fungus and the emperor fungus with the title of king. They can easily kill you." Hua Lian sighed and said, "You should leave." Chapter 1245. Are you sure? Little Gold is a 3rd-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast. It can probably smash you to pieces with just 1 hit, Hua Lian said in surprise. Then let's see if it can smash me to pieces, or if I can skin it and make clothes out of it. Yi Xian suddenly showed a confidence he had never shown before. So what if it was a 3rd-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast? Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared in dissatisfaction when it heard Yi Xian's words. It was a capable member of the Tree Demon Alliance, and now it was being looked down upon by a brat who hadn't even reached the fulfillment realm. It couldn't stand it. "All right, since you asked for it, then come." Hua Lian nodded her little head and stood on the snow-white bird to watch. One was a 9th-level Nether Passage realm human, and the other was a 3rd-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast. There was a difference of 3 realms. Although heaven-reaching beasts relied on their physique to fight and were weaker than humans of the same level who could use divine arts, the golden-eyed Tiger King could probably defeat a human 3 realms lower than it with a single swipe of its paw. Big golden bug, do it? Yi Xian's true body and avatar held the scarlet flame sword and the blue ice sword respectively as they stared at the golden-eyed Tiger King. Big bug. The golden-eyed Tiger King was furious when it heard this. The great golden-eyed Tiger King was being looked down upon by a human. It couldn't tolerate this, it definitely couldn't. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared loudly as its 2 powerful hind legs kicked off the ground. Its huge body turned into a ray of light and charged toward Yi Xian. "Big Tiger, you rely on your speed to survive. Since that's the case, then let's try this move." Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he transformed into 2 golden-armored war gods. Fusion of ice and fire. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom! An extremely powerful shockwave swept out. The golden-eyed Tiger King who was about to smash Yi Xian to death was shocked and couldn't stop in time. It was sent flying by the shockwave. Humans were powerful because they could use weapons, true energy, and divine abilities. The ice and fire twin dragon sword formation was learned from the reincarnators Nalin Bing and Nalin Jia. Using it to deal with a heaven-reaching beast was overkill. Seeing the golden-eyed Tiger King suffer a loss, the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance, Hua Lian, was also a little surprised. She directly laid on the head of the snow-white bird, using 2 slender hands to support her chin, and watched with interest. "Big Tiger, try this again." Taking advantage of the golden-eyed Tiger King being sent flying, Yi Xian shouted at Yi Heng. "Twin dragon roar. Hoo hoo hoo." The twin dragon's breath swept out. If this was a real battle, Yi Xian would have used killing intent explosion. But this time, he didn't really want to kill the golden-eyed Tiger King. Hua Lian had evolved from a wood spirit and had no fighting power at all. However, Yi Xian estimated that the snow-white bird beneath her was on the same level as King Shroom. In other words, it was at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. Moreover, there might be other 4th-level fulfillment realm cultivators nearby. Therefore, if Yi Xian accidentally killed the golden-eyed Tiger King, he would be in serious trouble. Fortunately, the golden-eyed Tiger King wasn't too weak. When the twin dragon roar was about to hit its body, it suddenly grew a pair of golden wings and deftly dodged the attack. Holy shit, it has a pair of wings. Yi Xian was shocked. This golden-eyed Tiger King had probably mutated before. Otherwise, why would it become a winged tiger? However, the golden-eyed Tiger King with golden wings was even faster. "This is a little tricky, but I don't believe that I can't wear you down." Yi Xian's confidence was still off the charts. A 3rd-level fulfillment realm human expert wouldn't be able to do anything to the golden-eyed Tiger King in a short time. They might even be killed by the golden-eyed Tiger King. But who was Yi Xian? Fusion of ice and fire. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. Yi Xian looked at the golden-eyed Tiger King charging at him and used his ultimate move again. Boom! Another sound wave attack spread and sent the golden-eyed Tiger King flying again. Fortunately, the golden-eyed Tiger King was a heaven-reaching beast and relied on its physique to survive. That was why it was able to survive the two twin dragon roars of ice and fire without taking any damage. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian hadn't used his killing intent. "Come on, big tiger." The two Yi Xians suddenly smiled provocatively at the golden-eyed Tiger King. He couldn't catch up to the golden-eyed Tiger King with his speed, but the golden-eyed Tiger King couldn't get close to him either. Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he could recover. He just needed to do this a few more times. Even if the golden-eyed Tiger King was a third-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast, he didn't believe that it wouldn't get a concussion. The golden-eyed Tiger King didn't back down. He turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward Yi Xian again. This time, he was going to smash Yi Xian into pieces. However, Yi Xian didn't want to play anymore. His time was very precious. Merge. When the golden-eyed Tiger King rushed toward him, Yi Xian's true body and avatar suddenly merged into one. His aura instantly increased by 50%. "Come on, big tiger. Let's see what you can do to me." Yi Xian looked at the golden-eyed Tiger King with a dark expression. Hualien was very surprised to see that Yi Xian had no intention of dodging. One had to know that the golden-eyed Tiger King had a hobby of bumping into people. Yi Xian was only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. If he was hit by the golden-eyed Tiger King even once, his body would probably explode. However, Hualien didn't say anything when she saw Yi Xian's confident expression. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared and ran headlong into Yi Xian's arms. Crack! Crisp sounds rang out. Yi Xian's bones and innards were instantly blasted apart. Not only that, even his back was cut open. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. A normal person's heart would probably stop after receiving such a heavy blow. However, even if Yi Xian's heart was crushed to pieces, he wouldn't die. "Big Tiger, I've won this battle." Yi Xian's eyes flashed the moment he was sent flying. The Eye of Nirvana. Whoosh! A cold light flashed. The golden-eyed Tiger King was also sent flying. The Eye of Nirvana was one of Yi Xian's killing moves. It was very sinister. Yi Xian felt that he hadn't used it in a long time, so he tried it out. Looking at the effect, it was pretty good. Hualien, who was on the back of the snow-white bird, suddenly widened her eyes. "He's dead." The golden-eyed Tiger King's attack was no small matter. Even the tree demon behind it would probably have a big hole in it. Yi Xian had the body of a mere human. If he didn't die, then it would be too outrageous. However, Yi Xian didn't die. Tap tap. Yi Xian, who was sent flying, quickly used his true qi and 10,000 mammoth strength to stabilize himself. Chapter 1246. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's back was completely healed. If it wasn't for his torn clothes and blood, it was as if he hadn't been injured at all. The golden-eyed Tiger King's fur was also very tough. It wasn't damaged by the Eye of Nirvana. Of course, if Yi Xian's killing intent had exploded just now, the golden-eyed Tiger King would have at least lost a large chunk of its flesh. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King stabilized itself and roared in disbelief when it saw that Yi Xian was fine. "TSK, TSK, TSK, you can't kill me." Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. The Eye of Eternity had always been his secret. How did this golden-eyed Tiger King know that his weak points were his eyes? Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King didn't believe it. It gathered its courage and prepared to attack again. But at this time, Hualien suddenly said, "Little Gold, stop." The golden-eyed Tiger King stopped. Although Hualien was just a fairy and didn't have any combat strength, the golden-eyed Tiger King didn't dare to disobey her. "Yi Xian, you are very strong. Even Little Gold can't do anything to you. I estimate that you are strong enough to fight against the monarch fungi." Hualien praised. "Now do you believe that if I break through to the fulfillment realm, open my natal palaces, and condense my lifeblood true energy, I will have the strength to destroy the great fungi empire?" Yi Xian asked. Hualien paused and said, "If you break through, you do have the strength to do so. However, the great fungi empire has more than one monarch fungi. Also, according to legend, they have a monarch fungi." Monarch fungi? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow when he heard this name. He calculated in his mind. Fungi soldier, captain fungi, general fungi, monarch fungi, monarch fungi, monarch fungi. Monarch fungi were equivalent to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm and the 1st to 4th level of the Fulfillment realm. Then, wouldn't the monarch fungi, which was 1 level higher than monarch fungi, be at the 5th level of the Fulfillment realm? Then, does your Tree Demon Alliance not have anyone in this realm? Yi Xian asked again. Hualien shook her head and said, in our Tree Demon Alliance, only Little White and a few others are at the 4th level of the Fulfillment realm. In fact, in terms of strength, our Tree Demon Alliance is slightly superior, but we have a fatal flaw. Yi Xian immediately reacted and said, fatal damage? Are you talking about the immobile Treant? That's right. They can't move, but the warriors of the Great Mushroom Empire can. That's why we have a large number of flying beasts patrolling the area every day and night. Because the growth cycle of the Treants is too long, every time one dies, our Treant Alliance will be destroyed even faster. Hualien nodded and said, I estimate that if this continues, we will be annihilated by the Great Bacteria Empire in a month's time. Now that the entrance to the secret territory has appeared, why aren't you leaving? Yi Xian asked. We've lived here for hundreds of years. Naturally, we don't want to leave. Most importantly, we can't let go of our anger. If the Great Bacterial Empire is not destroyed, even if this forest withers, we will not leave. Hualien suddenly revealed an indignant expression. I do have a good idea, Yi Xian said. What? Hualien asked subconsciously. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. If the Great Bacterial Empire is not destroyed, you won't leave either. Yi Xian shook his head and felt that it was better to forget about it for now. He originally wanted to invite Hualien into the planting space. This way, the production of the natural treasures would increase by a lot. After all, flower spirits were evolved from wood spirits. They were much more powerful than wood spirit kings. Your strength has been acknowledged by us, but you are only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm right now. There aren't many things in the Treant Alliance that you humans can use. Hualien reminded him again. That's impossible. This is such a big forest, and there's so much natural energy. How can there not be any? Yi Xian found it hard to believe. His request was very simple. He wanted Hualien to break through to the Fulfillment realm. Then he could help the Treant Alliance destroy the Great Bacteria Empire. However, if he couldn't break through to the Fulfillment realm, he would have to do it himself. There is, but I've used it to nurture Little White, Little Gold, and the others. The most I have is wood spirits, and I snatched them from the mushroom people of the Great Bacteria Empire, Hualien replied. I see, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. After thinking for a moment, he said, if that's the case, then I want those wood spirits. However, I want a lot of them. No problem. After Hualien flew a circle in the air, she immediately agreed. The primitive world of wood spirits had been formed for hundreds of years. Countless tree spirits had died at the hands of the Great Bacteria Empire's mushroom people. At the same time, many mushroom people were killed by the Skirich beasts and tree spirits. This way, the wood spirits returned to the hands of the Treant Alliance. These wood spirits were of little use to the Skirich beasts and even the tree spirits, so they could have as many as they wanted. Let's go, Hualien said, then turned around and left on her snow-white bird. The golden-eyed Tiger King Little Gold immediately followed. Luluo, let's follow. Yi Xian followed closely behind. This time, he might be able to directly upgrade the planting space to the 3rd level. This way, Luo might be able to break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm first, or even the Fulfillment realm. At that time, the success rate of destroying the Great Bacteria Empire would be greatly increased. With Hualien and the others leading the way, Yi Xian's following journey was very smooth. Half a day later, they entered the depths of the Treant Alliance and arrived at their headquarters. At this time, there was a huge Skirich treasure tree in front of Yi Xian. It was twice as big as the one in the planting space. Under this Skirich treasure tree, there were large numbers of Skirich beasts and strange beasts. Their auras were all very strong. dozens of third-level fulfillment realm beasts, and a few fourth-level nether passage realm beasts. Yi Xian did a rough calculation. Apart from the snow-white bird under Hualien, there were a few fourth-level nether passage realm beasts. In other words, they were on the same level as the king of the Great Bacteria Empire, Monarch Mushroom. Roar! Oh. The group of Skirich beasts couldn't help but roar when they saw Hualien return. With Luo Luo as the interpreter, Yi Xian understood their words. They were asking why they had brought a human back. From now on, this human is our ally. Hualien flew directly to the center of the group of Skirich beasts and said in a light voice, although his realm isn't high, he was able to fight Little Gold to a draw. If he can break through again, he will be a great help. Hearing this, the surrounding Skirich beasts were very shocked. A mere 9th-level Nether Passage Realm beast could fight the 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm Golden-Eyed Tiger King to a draw? What kind of racial joke was this? Chapter 1247. Little White can testify as well. In order to convince the remaining heaven-reaching beasts, Hualien reminded them once more. Little White was the snowy white bird beneath Hualien. It was a snow-wind demon spirit condor. Although it was still in its infancy, it was one of the few 4th-stage fulfillment golden realm cultivators in the Tree Demon Alliance. Beep! The snowy white bird shrieked as it personally testified. Now, all the heaven-reaching beasts were convinced. This human has boundless potential, but our Tree Demon Alliance doesn't have many things that we can use. That's why we can only pay with wood essence. As Hualien spoke, she suddenly turned to a mountain in the distance and said, "Little mountain, take out a 5th of your wood essence." Rumble. Hearing this, the mountain suddenly shook violently. Then, the little mountain transformed into a giant. This was a mountain giant, a 4th-stage fulfillment realm cultivator in the Tree Demon Alliance. At the same time, it was also the Tree Demon Alliance's treasure trove. Soon, the mountain giant spat out a large amount of wood essence from its stomach, which piled up into a mountain. From the beginning, Yi Xian knew that the mountain in front of him was no ordinary mountain, but a heaven-reaching beast. This was because his eye of revelation couldn't see through this mountain. He didn't expect that the mountain giant's stomach would contain such a large amount of wood essence. A 5th of wood essence? How much was that? After the mountain giant finished spitting out the wood essence, Yi Xian's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. There were at least 10,000 pieces of wood essence piled up. This meant that there were 30 to 40,000 pieces of wood essence in the mountain giant's body. Yi Xian, this is your down payment. If you can destroy the Great Bacterial Empire, I'll give you the rest. Hualien flew to Yi Xian's shoulder and said, "Deal." Yi Xian immediately agreed. These wood essences were enough to upgrade the planting space to the 3rd level. He immediately went over and collected all the wood essences. Then, he threw them all into the planting space and located them at the Tree Demon Alliance's headquarters. As long as the heaven-reaching treasure tree absorbed all the wood essences and released the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, it would probably upgrade the planting space to the 3rd level. You're still at the 9th stage of the Nether Passage realm. Can you break through to the fulfillment realm in half a month? Hualien asked. As far as I know, there are 2 forces that have entered the primitive world of the wood spirit. One is called the Flying Scorpion Stockade, and the other is called the Qingyang Sword Sect. If I were to deal with them, it would be enough. Yi Xian answered honestly. I also came into contact with these 2 forces, but they refused to cooperate, so I killed them all. In addition, I had the Trey Ants set up a mystifying mirage formation to guide these humans to the Great Fungi Empire. If you want to find them, you'll probably have to go to the Great Fungi Empire. As Hualien spoke, she also found a few interspatial rings on the snow-white bird and threw them to Yi Xian. Using a maze formation to guide them to the Great Bacterial Empire? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and took the interspatial ring. Unfortunately, there were very few things in these interspatial rings. They were like a drop in the bucket. However, if he were to rob all the people from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold and the Green Sunsword Sect, it would probably be enough. Moreover, it seemed that the Qingyang Sword Sect would send a follow-up team into the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. If that's the case, then give me a map. Yi Xian said. I don't have a map. Let Little Gold send you there. Hua Yan shook her head. That works too. Yi Xian didn't refuse. Although very unwilling, the golden-eyed Tiger King didn't disobey the order and led the way into the forest. Yi Xian followed closely behind and left. Hua Lian fell into deep thought as she watched his back. The snow-wind demon spirit condor suddenly let out a low cry. You're asking why I trust this human so much? Hua Lian paused and answered, our first and second lines of defense have been defeated by the great fungi empire after years of wear and tear. The third line of defense is also about to collapse. If no one helps, I estimate that we'll be annihilated in another month. Most importantly, I feel that this human is very unusual. To put it simply, Hua Lian chose to trust Yi Xian based on her intuition. At this time, Yi Xian was already following the golden-eyed Tiger King towards the maze formation. During the journey, Yi Xian also saw some soldiers from the great fungi empire. Of course, these mushroom men were all dealt with by him and their corpses were all thrown into the planting space. After about 2 seconds, Yi Xian finally arrived in front of the maze formation. The golden-eyed Tiger King roared. With Lolua's translation, Yi Xian understood what he meant. You go on your own. If I want to, I can easily leave this maze formation. Yi Xian replied. The golden-eyed Tiger King had just asked if he wanted to continue bringing him along. However, Yi Xian had the eye of revelation and the eye of perception, so he wouldn't get lost in there. Even if he accidentally fell into a trap, he had the eye of the void and could directly return to the Tree Demon Alliance headquarters. The golden-eyed Tiger King roared in dissatisfaction, then turned around and left. As for Yi Xian, he also stepped into the lost forest. A maze? It was a piece of cake for him. Even if I don't have the eye of heaven, I still have the death warrant. With this precise location, I can't get lost. Yi Xian thought to himself. The target of the death warrant, Nailin Bing, was unknown how far away she was from here, so even if she moved, Yi Xian didn't see much of a deviation. However, Yi Xian was now going through the lost forest to reach the great fungi empire's territory. There are signs of human activity. Not long after Yi Xian entered the lost forest, he found a set of footprints that had been left recently, about half an hour ago. Yi Xian immediately chased after them. The lost forest was actually a place made up of a large number of tree demons. After that, they would constantly move, causing people to get lost. As long as these tree demons didn't reveal themselves, no one would be able to discover them. Yi Xian did indeed encounter many tree demons along the way because he had the eye of revelation. However, he was now in an alliance with the Tree Demon Alliance, so he had to be merciful. Moreover, the 10,000 pieces of wood essence in the planting space hadn't been used up yet. It would probably take another half a day. After half a day, the planting space would be upgraded to level 3. At that time, he would be able to let the Skirich beasts into the planting space. Yi Xian could actually stay at the Tree Demon Alliance headquarters for half a day, then load a large number of Skirich beasts into the planting space and directly attack the Great Fungi Empire. However, he didn't want to waste this half a day. Without the tree demons blocking his path, Yi Xian quickly caught up to the group of humans in front of him. According to the footprints, there were 5 people. He didn't know whether they were from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold or the Green Sunsword sect. At the same time, he also felt that the 5 people in front of him were all experts at the first level of the Fulfillment Realm. Chapter 1248. Big Brother, we've been walking for more than an hour and we still haven't gotten out. Why don't we use violence? Looks like that's the only way. However, we can't use up too much of our true chi. Otherwise, we'll be in danger if we run into enemies. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble in front of them. Since they couldn't get out of the lost forest, they started attacking the surrounding trees in an attempt to blast their way out. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly charged out of the forest. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. Ice and Fire Blend. Twin Dragon Roar. Yi Xian launched a sneak attack. Moreover, it was an attack that was infused with killing intent. The 5 of them were shocked and quickly dodged. Unfortunately, there were still 2 people who couldn't dodge in time and were instantly killed. The reason why Yi Xian directly attacked was because 3 of the 5 people actually used sabers as weapons. Moreover, judging from their walking posture, Yi Xian guessed that they were from the Flying Scorpion stronghold. The Flying Scorpion stronghold was full of ruthless bandits. Naturally, there was no need to show mercy. Third brother, fourth brother. The bald leader's eyes widened because he saw 2 of his brothers die with his own eyes. Immediately, he glared at Yi Xian and charged toward Yi Xian. If we were closer, we could have killed at least 3 of them. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately charged forward. The killing intent gained from the twin dragon roar was more than the killing intent consumed. However, every time he used up a bit of killing intent, he would save as much as he could. In the blink of an eye, the 3 experts from the Flying Scorpion stronghold were fighting with Yi Xian. The 3 of them had very few opponents at the same level as them. Unfortunately, their opponent was Yi Xian. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Roar. Boom. After Yi Xian approached, he immediately used his ultimate move. A powerful sound wave attack blasted the 3 of them, causing them to vomit blood. Whether it was the Twin Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire or the Twin Dragon Roar, both consumed a shocking amount of true energy. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life, so he could keep up with the consumption rate. In order to end this as soon as possible, Yi Xian decided to use Double Dragon Roar again. Your Excellency, please spare me. I have a secret, the bald man in the lead suddenly shouted. Secret? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, seemingly interested. Seeing Yi Xian suddenly stop, the bald man's eyes flickered and he said, The secret is K your mother. Before he could finish his words, a beam of light flashed past and cut off his head. How dare you disrespect the young master's family? You're courting death. Luo snorted softly. She took off the bald man's universe ring and threw it to Yi Xian. Run! The other 2 knew that they were no match for him, so they immediately turned around. Unfortunately, he still couldn't escape death. 2 seconds later, the 2 were taken care of by Yi Xian and Luo. The battle had only lasted for 5 seconds, but Yi Xian had already taken care of 5 martial practitioners at the first level of the fulfillment realm. This strength was explosive. When I was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, I could easily kill 5 martial practitioners at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm, and even fight against 3rd level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts. If I can break through to the fulfillment realm, open my natal palaces, and condense my lifeblood true energy, I probably won't have a problem fighting against Monarch Shroom. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. Monarch Shroom was at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm, and it was said that she was even stronger than 4th level heaven-reaching beasts. However, what Yi Xian wanted the most right now was to kill his way into the Great Mushroom Empire and use Sword Storm. Killing intent exploded. Feast of Slaughter. Sword Storm. If these 3 moves were used together, they would definitely be as strong as the heavens. There were some cultivation resources and prosperity pills in these 5 people's universe rings. Yi Xian directly gave them to Luo and kept some prosperity pills as backup. This was because he predicted that he might need the prosperity pills when he reached the peak of the Nether Passage realm. Young master, give me half a day more, and I will be able to break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Luo returned to the planting space and said to Yi Xian, Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. There was a precious land in the planting space that was occupied by Luo. It was very close to the heavenly treasure tree, and there was a spirit gathering formation set up to gather the world's origin energy. The world's origin energy was gathered and then absorbed by Luo's body. Luo's cultivation speed was at least 100 times faster than normal people, and with the help of natural treasures, a day's worth of cultivation was equivalent to a year's worth of other people. Of course, this was also due to the wood essence. In just a few hours, the world's origin energy in the planting space had doubled. If all the wood essence was absorbed by the heavenly treasure tree, Yi Xian estimated that it would be at least 3 times as much as before. Let's continue on our way. It'll be best if I can break through to the fulfillment realm in one day. That way, I can fight my way to the great fungi empire alone. When he thought of this, Yi Xian's figure flashed and he left the place. The primitive world of wood essence had appeared for some time, at least 5 days. The flying scorpion stronghold had sent many people to explore, but almost all of them were trapped in the lost forest without exception. This was, of course, Hualian's doing. Hualian's plan was to have these people wear down the mushroom men of the great fungi empire and weaken the empire. Now, these people were all Yi Xian's targets. Yi Xian wanted to use the cultivation resources in their rings to break through to the fulfillment realm. Found it again. They passed by about 10 minutes ago. There are 3 of them. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed over. Soon, he encountered 3 more people, and they were all experts of the flying scorpion stronghold. After a period of recovery, his true energy had returned to peak condition. He immediately crept closer and unleashed a powerful attack. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Formation. Twin Dragon Roar. After a few seconds, the battle ended. The 3 experts of the flying scorpion stronghold were all killed by Yi Xian. Continue. Yi Xian swallowed the items and continued on his way. There were many dangers in the primitive world of wood essence, so whether it was the flying scorpion stronghold or the green sun sword sect, at least 3 people moved together. Half an hour later, Yi Xian found the 3rd group. However, this was the most troublesome one he had ever encountered, because these 3 were all at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. They seemed to be experts of the Green Sun Sword sect. Yi Xian recognized the auras of these 3 people. They were in the Green Sun Sword sect's group. However, this didn't affect his plan. Although the Green Sun Sword sect is righteous, the white-haired elder previously said that if his disciples encountered others in the primitive world of wood essence, they should kill without mercy. When he thought of this, Yi Xian revealed traces of killing intent. Killing and robbing was a matter of course. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly charged out. Chapter 1249. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Explosion. Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. Yi Xian immediately used his ultimate move. A formless attack blasted towards the 3 of them. The 3 Green Sun Sword sect elders trembled and hurriedly used their natal true chi and 10,000 mammoth strength to defend themselves. They were all at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm and had opened 2 Yuan palaces. The strength of their natal true chi was also stronger than those at the 1st level of the fulfillment realm. When the attack landed on their bodies, half of its power was instantly reduced. However, they were still sent flying. Yi Xian never thought that he could kill 3 2nd-level fulfillment realm experts in one hit. After all, the flying scorpion stronghold was much stronger than the Northern Heavens Academy. If one were to compare, any one of the 3 of them was stronger than the sect master of the underworld branch in Seizing Heart City. If the 3 of them worked together, they could even fight against a 3rd-level fulfillment realm expert. Killing Intent Explosion. Dual Dragon Roar. Yi Xian once again used his ultimate move and blasted it towards one of them. The dual dragon roar of ice and fire was just to separate the 3 of them. If the 3 of them worked together, they could easily destroy his attack. Huff huff huff. The 2 dragon breaths, 1 ice and 1 fire, merged and formed an extremely strong attack. Green Sun Sword Bell. Yi Xian's target's face darkened. He knew that he couldn't avoid this attack. Hence, he circulated all of his true chi and merged it with his 10,000 mammoth strength, forming a giant green bell around his body. Boom! The twin dragon roar slammed into the giant cyan bell, and another sound wave attack spread out, shaking the surrounding trees and breaking them. A defensive divine ability? Yi Xian was slightly surprised and his eyes flickered. Ding! Copy of Green Sun Sword Bell successful. Ding! Green Sun Sword Bell can perfectly merge with the dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Do you want to proceed? When the dual dragon roar collided with the Green Sun Sword Bell, a system notification suddenly rang in Yi Xian's mind. This kind of notification sound had appeared in the Thousand Tree Sect's historical remains before. Last time, when Yi Xian was fighting Emo Shui, he copied down Emo Shui's Azure Dragon Claw and merged it with Dragon Catching Hand. The result of the fusion was Zhuo Qinglong's 8 Forces Stretching Claws. Yi Xian immediately replied. This perfect martial arts fusion only required the super devouring crystal. If it was an awesome skill, then it would be a huge gain. Ding. Fusion of powers. Ding. Host has learned the Double Dragon Sword Bell. 2 system notifications sounded. Double Dragon Sword Bell? Could it be the same defensive divine ability as the Azure Yang Sword Bell? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Most likely, even the Xianming twin fiends did not know this move. He didn't expect the Will Manifestation God art to be able to fuse perfectly with the Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Array. Come, let me see the defensive capabilities of this Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Yi Xian sneered. Brat, I'll kill you. At this time, the other 3 launched their attacks at the same time. Azure Sun burst. All 3 of them channeled their natal true chi and launched their strongest attacks at Yi Xian. 3 streaks of Azure Sword Chi shot towards Yi Xian. Double Dragon Sword Bell. Facing the attacks from 3 directions, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, the Ice Dragon and the Flame Dragon rose into the air and condensed into a giant golden bell. The Ice Dragon and the Flame Dragon coiled around the giant golden bell. If Yi Xian hadn't used the Eye of Glory, the bell probably wouldn't have been golden. However, it didn't matter. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 streaks of Azure Sword Chi all landed on the golden bell. Immediately, another sound wave attack spread out. The 3 second stage Fulfillment Realm Elders of the Azure Yang Sword sect were shocked as they were sent flying by the sound wave attack. What a strong defense, and it even has the effect of the dual dragon roar of ice and fire after being attacked. A divine skill, a divine skill. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He didn't expect to be so lucky this time. He obtained a powerful skill that even the mysterious underworld duo demons didn't know. Huh, I'll kill you while you're down. Yi Xian laughed loudly as he once again fused the 2 flying dragon silhouettes. Double Dragon Roar. The target this time was the same as before. The second stage Fulfillment Realm Elder of the Green Sun Sword sect had used a large amount of his lifeblood true energy to block the Twin Dragon Roar. He had also used his strongest attack, so he didn't have much lifeblood true energy left in his body. He didn't have the strength to block this attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the second stage Fulfillment Realm Elder of the Azure Yang Sword sect was engulfed by the Double Dragon Roar. The power of extreme ice and fire instantly turned his body into ash. Instant kill. What? Elder Shui was instantly killed? The other 2 elders were shocked. Elder Shui's strength was the strongest amongst the 3 of them. Yet he was instantly killed by a 9th level Nether Passage Realm Junior. Who is this kid? How can he be so monstrous? The 2 elders couldn't help but guess. Even the most monstrous genius of the Azure Yang Sword sect could only fight a 1st level Fulfillment Realm Martial Practitioner when he was at the 9th level Nether Passage Realm. Defeating one was out of the question, let alone insta-killing one. Yi Xian was 10 times more powerful than the number 1 genius of the Azure Yang Sword sect. Kill him and avenge Elder Shui, shouted one of the elders. Then he charged toward Yi Xian again. You think you can kill me? Yi Xian sneered. Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. Boom! The 2 elders of the Azure Yang Sword sect were sent flying again. 2nd level Fulfillment Realm Martial Practitioners were only at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm after all. Even if they could fight a 3rd level Fulfillment Realm Martial Practitioner when they worked together, many people would choose to fight 3 2nd level Fulfillment Realm Martial Practitioners at the same time instead of 1 3rd level Fulfillment Realm Martial Practitioner. You've probably used up most of your vital energies. It's time to end this. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. With the eye of revelation, he could see that the vital energies in their natal palaces were almost depleted. Of course, he only had a 1/3 of his own vital energy left. However, he had the Divine Tree of Life bloodline, so he didn't need to worry about that. Yi Xian's true body and avatar immediately charged forward. Bang! 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 This time, Yi Xian didn't use any of his ultimate moves. Instead, he used the Twin Dragons of Ice and Fire Sword formation to fight the remaining 2 elders. Even so, the 2 elders couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. In fact, they were at a disadvantage. As their vital energies continued to deplete, their expressions grew darker and darker. They wanted to run, but Yi Xian held them tightly. They couldn't escape at all. The Azure Yang Sword sect won't let you get away with this. An explosive roar rang out in the lost forest. Then 2 crisp sounds rang out. Rip! Rip! With 2 crisp sounds, the 2 heads fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Chapter 1250. Let me see what you've got. Yi Xian walked over, picked up their universe rings, and inspected them. There were many things in the universe rings, including more than 2,000 prosperity pills and more than 100 wood essences. Yi Xian threw all the wood essences into the planting space. As for the prosperity pills, they were all devoured. Every time he leveled up, he needed a large amount of experience. These 2,000 prosperity pills were just enough for him to reach the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Ding! The host has reached the shackles of the Nether Passage realm. 1,000 prosperity pills are required to break through. The system notified. As expected, I need prosperity pills to level up. However, my strength has increased a lot. It won't be difficult to get 1,000 prosperity pills. When he thought of this, Yi Xian instantly left his original spot. He was a little impatient to break through. Soon, he passed through the Lost Forest and arrived at the territory of the Great Mushroom Empire. There are many traces of battle. Yi Xian sensed for a moment, then chased in a certain direction. He guessed that there was a battle about 10 minutes ago. There were about 3 people fighting here. The ones fighting these 3 people were mushroom people. The footprints of the mushroom people were very special. Moreover, they were the victors. After the 3 mushroom people killed them, they dragged the corpses away. Yi Xian immediately chased in that direction. He hoped that the 3 mushrooms would kill the 3 human martial practitioners at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. If that was the case, he might be able to break through. The wood spirits couldn't fly in the primitive world, and the mushroom people couldn't fly either. Therefore, Yi Xian could definitely catch up to them if he followed the footprints. He was very fast. 10 minutes later, he sensed the 3 figures. I've caught up. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. But in the next moment his footsteps paused. The 3 mushroom people he was chasing were indeed mushrooms, but one of them was even taller and stronger than the other 2. Could this be the Emperor Mushroom Hualien was talking about? Yi Xian exclaimed inwardly. Emperor mushrooms were a level higher than general mushrooms. They were comparable to a human at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. I have the strength to kill the golden-eyed Tiger King, but I heard that emperor mushrooms are stronger than ordinary heaven-reaching beasts, Yi Xian thought to himself. If it was a one-on-one battle, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid, but there were 2 Jiangshungs around him, so it was tricky. Those 2 Jiangshungs were carrying 3 human corpses. For them to be able to carry them back, their realms must have been quite high when they were alive. If I can get their Qian Kun rings, I might be able to break through. By then, what about the Emperor Shungs? Yi Xian pondered for a moment and decided to make a move. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run away. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Go. At that moment, Yi Xian concealed his aura and figure, slipped into the darkness, and stealthily made his way over. The 3 warriors of the Great Bacterial Empire were currently resting. My lord, we've been wandering around here for hours and killed many people. If we can't get out, these corpses will be useless. What's the hurry? It's not like we're going to starve to death. At most, we'll just cut down the entire forest, said the tall Emperor Shengs. He was a full 2 meters tall, and the 2 blades in his hands were stained with blood. Just as he was about to speak, the Emperor Shengs suddenly trembled and roared angrily, "Who is it?" As expected of an Emperor Shengs, they actually found him. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the shadows, was startled. In the next moment, a wave of blade light attacked. Yi Xian quickly dodged. This wave of blade light directly cut the heaven-reaching treasure tree behind him in half. Although the Emperor Shengs didn't know how to use true qi, their physiques were stronger than the heaven-reaching beasts. A casual wave of their blade could produce enough force to kill a heaven-reaching beast at the 1st level of the fulfillment realm. Since he was already exposed, Yi Xian could only walk out himself. Human? Seeing Yi Xian walk out, the Emperor Shengs were very surprised. Of course, he was surprised at Yi Xian's realm. 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. TSK, I didn't expect to meet an Emperor Sheng's here. Yi Xian sneered as he walked out. TSK, I thought I met a big prey. So it's just a little brat. The Emperor Sheng's was very disdainful. After a pause, he said, however, to be able to dodge my blade, you're quite capable. Hee, I'm quite capable. I can even kill you. Do you believe me? Yi Xian looked very calm. If it was any other 9th level Nether Passage realm, they would probably be scared to death when they saw Jiang Sheng's. However, Yi Xian was still so calm when he saw the Emperor Sheng's. This brat is not simple, the Emperor Sheng's said in his heart. However, he had already attacked once, and Yi Xian didn't die from that attack. Hence, he didn't want to attack anymore. You go and kill him, the Emperor Sheng's said to the idle Jiang Sheng's. Yes, my lord. When Jiang Sheng saw that his opponent was only 9th level Nether Passage realm, he didn't care at all. He directly pulled out his dual blades and walked out. Brat, do you have any last words? Jiang Sheng said with a look of certainty on Yi Xian's face. No last words, but I have a question. Yi Xian shook his head and said, since it's the last question before you die, ask away. Jiang Sheng's gripped the dual blades in his hands tightly. Hearing that, Yi Xian paused, then slowly asked, actually what I want to ask is, how do you guys reproduce? This was his question. Mushrooms were fungi. These mushrooms had mutated into mutated beasts. Then how did they reproduce? Could it be that they also went through OXX? Yi Xian was very confused. Of course, he didn't even know how normal mushrooms reproduce. However, his question angered Jiang Sheng's. Brat, you're courting death. Jiang Sheng's was furious and directly charged at Yi Xian. I might not be the one to die. Yi Xian stopped joking and instantly split into two, one on the left and one on the right. Ice and fire dual dragon sword formation. Jiang Sheng's was comparable to 2nd level fulfillment realm cultivators. He might even be stronger than humans. However, Yi Xian was able to fight against 3 2nd level fulfillment realm sect elders at the same time before. Now that he had broken through to the peak of the Nether Passage realm, how could a mere Jiang Sheng's be his match? Immediately, the two sides began to fight. In Emperor Sheng's heart, Yi Xian was already a dead man. He just didn't want to make a move. However, when he saw the situation in front of him, he was shocked. His subordinates were actually being suppressed by Yi Xian and were at a disadvantage. Moreover, it looked like their lives would soon be in danger. You, go and help. Emperor Sheng's turned and said to the other Jiang Sheng's. Yes, my lord. This Jiang Sheng's threw the 3 human corpses on his shoulders to the ground and also threw away the bag on his body. Then he pulled out his dual blades and went to help. Chapter 1251. Seeing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Everything was going according to his plan. Fusion of ice and fire. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom! That surging wave of air directly sent the 2 generals flying. The 2 generals each spat out a mouthful of purple blood and venomous liquid. Good boy, let me deal with you. Seeing that his 2 subordinates weren't a match for Yi Xian, the monarch mushroom coldly snorted and slowly walked out. Hee, you're coming? Yi Xian sneered. Just as the emperor was charging towards him, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared not far away. Luoluo. After Luoluo appeared, she quickly kept the corpses and the bag containing the wood essence and yin and yang rings. What? The emperor and the 2 generals were shocked. They clearly didn't see anyone else. But now, why was there suddenly another one? This boy has so many tricks up his sleeve. The emperor said in his heart and directly slashed a blade light at Luoluo. This blade light was extremely sharp. If Luoluo didn't dodge it, she would definitely be cut in half. However, Luoluo didn't need to dodge. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Luoluo instantly disappeared, and that blade light missed. Young master, I got it. Luoluo's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Good. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The items were all taken away by Luoluo. Then, Luoluo put the items into the planting space and finally, they were taken away by Yi Xian. These 3 corpses were all second-level fulfillment realm martial artists. However, they weren't elders of Green Sun Sword sect, but experts of Flying Scorpion stronghold. Although they didn't have more than 1,000 fulfillment pills in their yin and yang rings, the emperor had already collected several yin and yang rings. In total, there were exactly 1,050 fulfillment pills. Enough. Ding, host has broken through. Current level is first level of fulfillment realm. Ding, host has opened up a Yuan palace. After the 2 system notifications, Yi Xian's aura suddenly increased by at least 1-fold. Nether Passage realm to fulfillment realm was a major realm. In an instant, Yi Xian's physique and true energy had undergone a qualitative leap. However, the most important change was the opening of a Yuan palace in his body. At the same time, the divine tree of life began to work and began to refine vital energy. What? How did this kid suddenly break through? The monarch mushroom in front of him was extremely shocked. This was the first time he had seen a breakthrough in battle. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger, mixed with a trace of the smell of death. Impossible, I'm comparable to a human at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. How can I be scared by a brat who just broke through to the fulfillment realm? He didn't dare to believe it, but he did feel a sense of danger. If he was careless, he would be doomed. All of you go. At this moment, Monarch Shroom suddenly gave an order to the other 2 shrooms. My lord, this... The 2 generals looked at each other and panicked. When Yi Xian was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, he could already send the 2 of them flying. Now, Yi Xian had broken through to the fulfillment realm, opened up a Yuan palace, and refined vital energy. Wouldn't he be able to kill them? However, they didn't dare to disobey Monarch Shroom's order. If they had any objections, they would probably be killed by Monarch Shroom first. Fight! The 2 generals knew that they were being used as cannon fodder, so they directly charged at Yi Xian. Trying to break a rock with an egg, die. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and immediately turned into 2 bolts of lightning, attacking the 2 generals respectively. With 2 crisp sounds, the 2 generals were easily killed by Yi Xian. One was incinerated, and the other was frozen into an ice corpse. Instant kill. Is this vital energy? It's twice as strong as normal vital energy. Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Other people's vital energy was difficult to refine and recover. However, with the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he could recover it like it was child's play. Although the recovery speed was not as fast as normal vital energy, it was enough for Yi Xian to squander. Chapter 1252. In the blink of an eye, the entire sword bell was invaded by the sound wave attacks. As for the monarch mushroom, it was constantly enduring these attacks. It felt as if its head was about to explode. Fortunately, this was unleashed by Yi Xian himself. His true qi was immune to these sound wave attacks. Unleashing the dual dragon roar of ice and fire in this dual dragon sword bell is truly terrifying. Yi Xian looked at the monarch mushroom's pained expression and couldn't help but think to himself. If it was him, his ears would probably explode. Looks like killing you won't be too difficult. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh wildly. In the next instant, another dragon roar spread out. Wang! 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 The dragon roar echoed in the dual dragon sword bell. The monarch mushroom was dizzy from the dragon roar, and cracks appeared on the canopy above its head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian once again gathered his true qi and attacked the monarch mushroom. Killing intent explosion. Dual dragon roar. True qi, killing intent explosion, eye of glory. These factors combined allowed Yi Xian's attack to have the power to instantly kill a 3rd-level fulfillment realm cultivator. The monarch mushroom was dizzy from the dragon roar, and with the addition of the scorching hell, its battle strength was less than 60%. It couldn't dodge this attack at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 2 dragon breaths instantly drowned the monarch mushroom. At this time, Yi Xian finally remembered a problem. This monarch mushroom's corpse was useful to him. Oh no! Yi Xian cursed, blaming himself for forgetting. Right now, he could only pray in his heart that the monarch mushroom's body was strong enough to not be burned to ashes. Boom! Another wave of air swept across the area. What made Yi Xian relieved was that the monarch mushroom's body was still strong enough to not be burned to ashes by the dual dragon roar. Its aura has disappeared. It's dead. Yi Xian sensed for a moment and walked over. At this time, the monarch mushroom had already been killed. Its entire corpse was in pieces and was too horrible to look at. Yi Xian immediately went over and stored it in his planting space as fertilizer for the heavenly treasure tree. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the fulfillment realm, his combat power was extraordinary. If he wanted to, he could slaughter his way into the great bacterial empire's territory. However, just in case, he decided to rest for half a day in the Lost Forest and continue hunting. After half a day, ding! The level of the planting space has increased. Currently at level 3. This system notification caused Yi Xian's footsteps to involuntarily stop. In fact, an hour ago, the heavenly treasure tree in the planting space had absorbed all the essence of wood. After another hour, the vitality of the world in the planting space had finally reached the required level. Now, the planting space was at level 3. Yi Xian sensed his surroundings and found that the planting space had doubled in size. The concentration of heaven and earth yuan qi had also doubled. This meant that Lolua's cultivation speed had doubled. "Young master, I'm also about to break through." Lolua's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Very good. Yi Xian was very satisfied. After a while, "Young master, I've broken through. At this rate, I'll be able to break through to the Nether Passage realm in 2 more days." Luo sent another message. She had finally broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Since that's the case, then you should cultivate well. This time, I'm going to show off my skills. After resting for half a day, Yi Xian felt that it was about time. This time, he was going to directly enter the Great Bacterial Empire's territory and go deep into it. Although the Great Bacterial Empire had the Emperor Mushroom, who was even stronger than the Emperor Mushroom, with his strength, if he couldn't beat it, could he not run? However, he didn't know if the legend of the Emperor Mushroom that Hua Lian had told him was true. The Emperor Mushroom was the first mushroom person, the ancestor of the Great Bacterial Empire. This was a super battle prowess at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. With Yi Xian's current realm, he couldn't fight it. However, Yi Xian had the Eye of Eternity, and the mushroom person didn't have true qi or the power of all things, so he was still very safe. He immediately used the Eye of Revelation and began to leave the Lost Forest. Along the way, he encountered a few humans and mushroom people who were trapped in the Lost Forest. These people all had designs on him, and he killed them all. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian finally came out of the Lost Forest. At this time, he was already in the center of the Great Bacterial Empire's territory. Yi Xian identified the direction and then hurried toward the depths of the Great Bacterial Empire. This time, he was going to go on a killing spree. If everything went well, he might be able to increase the vitality of the planting space to another level. In fact, he might even be able to break through to the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm. Yi Xian began to hurry again. He felt that he would only need 2 hours at most to reach the depths of the Great Bacterial Empire. Using his extraordinary senses, he killed all the unlucky people on the way. Moreover, the deeper he went, the more mushroom people there were. Just 10 minutes after Yi Xian left the Lost Forest. There's a large group of mushroom people ahead? Yi Xian's footsteps paused. He sensed that there were hundreds of mushroom people in front of him. There were mushroom soldiers, mushroom leaders, general mushrooms, and even emperor mushrooms. Could this be a military camp of the Great Bacterial Empire? Such a thought flashed through his mind. In the Great Bacterial Empire, every person was a warrior, so there were a lot of them. There were at least 100,000 of them. The military camp in front of him had more than 100 people, and there were even emperor mushrooms. This made Yi Xian's eyes light up. So much fertilizer, I've earned big. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Although he couldn't directly devour the corpses of these mushroom people, he could use them to fertilize the soil of the planting space. This would increase Luolua's cultivation speed. Of course, the most important thing was that killing these mushroom people gave him a lot of killing intent. Kill! At that moment, Yi Xian quietly snuck over. The military camp of the Great Bacterial Empire was very simple and crude. It was just a few tree holes. At this time, the 100 people just happened to be gathered together to listen to the leader, the Emperor Mushroom. Yi Xian sneaked over and then split into two. In the next moment, the two Yi Xian stabbed out with their swords at the same time. Double Dragon Sword Bell. Two phantoms of heavenly dragons circled in the air, condensing into a golden sword bell that fell down. What? The Emperor Mushroom and the other General Mushrooms were shocked. What the hell was this? Before they could react, the two Yi Xian quickly swept out. At the same time, the golden sword bell had already covered the ground. Tremble, mushrooms! Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly used a big move. Killing Intent Explosion. Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. Boom. This time, Yi Xian used Killing Intent Explosion, and its power was much stronger than before. This dragon's roar instantly blasted apart the mushroom soldiers. Even quite a few of the mushroom squad leaders died. In the blink of an eye, there were only 20 or so living creatures left in the golden sword bell.